But yeah, Mike Rogers' instant straight out the gate attack ads. Mike Rogers' instant attacks immediately revolve around saying Abdul's a terrorist. Now, the problem is this is Islamophobia, but many Democrats are also Islamophobic. So the Democrats will, quote unquote, hand it to Mike Rogers without recognizing what they're saying and doing. They'll say, well, it's valid because you're hanging out with Hassan Piker. That is a special night. I'm very proud of you guys. I'm very proud of all of you. I'm very proud of the work that you put in. This is your opportunity. Voss said that how close it was. He needs to separate from you. Yeah, I know that every single person from the outside is going to have election takes that are really annoying like that. And it's ironic because we won this race by an ass hair, which means that like my involvement in the primaries was definitely, well, not only was it welcomed by the campaign, but it definitely was to a certain degree necessary. And we're not even talking about the fact that when I stumped with Abdul, he went from third place to first place. I'm talking specifically about the organizing, the fundraising that we did, the door knocking that we did. So I don't want to hear from people who aren't personally involved in these sorts of incidents, in these sorts of races, who are coming from a place of timid restraint, coming from a place of fear, who actually hand it to the opposition, the oppositional framing to say, look, man, sorry, you're too toxic. You're far too toxic. Because the reality of the matter is, perhaps if Abdul had listened to those concerns, tonight would look awfully different. Today would look awfully different. Every little bit helps. Every little bit matters. Just like every dollar matters on the opposing front. And there were many, many dollars on the opposing front. $70 million in smears, slanders, lies, racialized animus tuned up. So yeah, for all of you, this is your moment to, take a breather and pat yourselves on the back. You did it. We all played a role in this, in history being made. Now, of course, there's still a much longer way to go. There's still a much longer way to go. So we will continue putting in the work. But this community's biggest impact always going to be under 45 turnout. And I think we did a pretty good job at that. So that's my job. That's the role I see for myself. I'm in many respects a magnet for controversy, but that controversy in the hands of an expert communicator like Abdul El-Sayed will turn into a media opportunity to get in front of more eyeballs and to put your platform on the national stage. And Abdul certainly worked it. He worked the rooms that he was in, all 500 up and down the state. And he certainly also worked the media to his advantage. That, at the end of the day, is the only take that matters. And not only am I, in some instances, a magnet for quote-unquote controversy, because the media likes to create villains and heroes in stories. They like to prop people up, say that certain people are kingmakers, okay? Even if those people say that they're not. That is a much more reliable narrative. It's a much more reliable narrative that you can cultivate. And when you make someone into a false king, you can also chop them down. It's a narrative device. It's a narrative device. And there's a lot of that will take shape in this upcoming general election. And we're going to be talking about that as well. But again, remember, $70 million. $70 million. Every vote mattered. Every door that was knocked on mattered. Every phone that was dialed mattered. Every single thing that you guys did mattered in this race. This is part of the reason why I was worried and not as, I was definitely confident, but perhaps not as confident as some others. And it came down to 14,000 votes in a statewide race. That's huge. Turnout was incredible. Remember, never underestimate your opponents. Our opponents are incredibly powerful. Our opponents control American society. It's all of the corporations. It's moneyed interest. It has an impact on American foreign policy. If votes and voting didn't matter, they wouldn't spend $80 million total in the Michigan Senate Democratic primary. 64 million of it coming from Haley Stevens. Okay. Abdul won, but the results show you can't have shit in Detroit. Wrong. Those are not bad results. Those are good results for us because Haley Stevens' base of support, Haley Stevens' base of support is who? The most active, high propensity voters within the base of the Democratic Party. Older black voters, retirees, boomers who fall for the electability argument. What is the electability argument? The primary vehicle that drives them to the polls is to oppose the Republicans. The electability argument dictates that these are straight up, lifelong, down ticket, down ballot, blue, no matter who, writers of the party. Those people are going to come out and oppose Mike Rogers. Those people are the people that would vote for the, ham sandwich over Donald Trump people. Okay? Are you speaking like Abdul lost? I'm not. I'm just tired. I'm a human being. I'm one person. Also, my voice is shot. Perhaps that's the reason why I sound a little bit tired. I apologize, chatter. I don't know if you know this, but I was, away from home for the last week almost, and traveled all up and down. I went to Wisconsin. I was in Michigan. And last night I was up very, very late. So that's the only reason why I sound the way that I do. But yeah, Abdul got more votes than Bernie Sanders did in either of his presidential runs. I mean, these numbers are incredible. Abdul in 2026 was 735,000 votes. Abdul got more votes than Elisa Slotkin did in her primary. And that was, leading up to a general election with the president on the ballot. So it was spectacular. The turnout was enormous. Your impact was important, okay? And it's not gone unnoticed by me. It's not gone unnoticed by the relevant parties. You will hear from outsiders who are not involved, who are unaffiliated.
So when someone...
Those who are watching from afar give their takes on it, desperately trying to confirm their priors. That's precisely what the take machine is about. It's the spin room. The spin doctors were out last night. The spin doctors were out before the last vote was counted. First, while we were excited and enthusiastic about the night, they were devastated and they were already looking for a reason to declare that this victory, this imminent victory, was actually inconsequential at the end of the day. The armchair quarterbacks will cry foul from afar. Those on the ground know what took place. And what took place last night and what took place over the last couple of months was the power of organized people. Organized people defeating organized money. That's exactly what happened. So I need you to understand, no matter how much the naysayers, the outsiders, the DC insiders, the corporate media class, no matter how much they try to take this victory away from us, no matter how much they try to rain on our parade, immense. This was historic. This was historic. Nobody spends $60 million to lose. Bernie Sanders himself recognized it in a press call that he gave earlier today, where he said, I've never seen anything like it. So I'll tell you right now, DC is scared. Organized money is terrified. You understand? That's why they're chirping. That's why their boos are getting louder. There is nothing that they can take away from us. $64 million. 34 of it coming straight from AIPAC and AIPAC subsidiaries. You understand me? Yeah. So it's up to you to listen to the fucking haters. It's up to you to listen to the fucking haters, or it's up to you to lock the fuck in. Carville getting cooked on the timeline. James Carville, it's time, Grandpa. Leave the party as you promised. That's funny. Yeah. So I'll tell you what's going to happen next. I've called the shots so far. I've called the shots up until this moment. Told you what was going to happen. And I'm still unbelievably confident about Abdul's chances against Mike Rogers in the general. More confident than I have ever before. Okay? More confident today than I was yesterday even. So I'll tell you what's going to happen next. Unfortunately, your boy, without wanting to be an active part of this beyond just, helping out wherever I can, going where I'm needed, they are going to put the crosshairs. The Republicans are going to do that. They already started. And the Democrats that also have a significant distaste for the initiatives that we get up to here and the HasanAbi broadcast will lean into those attacks. They know that they can't make Abdul shy away from his positions. His positions are ultimately fairly moderate. His positions are not radical at all. Perhaps the most radical position that he has is his Israel position. And I think we all know that that is only radical in Washington, D.C. That's not the radical position in the heartland. That's not the radical position in Michigan. That's the radical position for the corporate media. It's the radical position for the political class, the commentariat. But they know they can't make him budge on that. So what they will try to do is get a scalp. So they'll say, look, you got to cut the fucking, you got to trim the fat. You got to get this guy Hasan out of here. Just wait. They started last night. They started last night before they even knew that they'd lost the election. That is waving the white flag of defeat. You understand? That's waving the white flag of defeat. It's already happening. It's a truly abnormal response. I mean, this person is irrelevant. That's just like a obsessed former fan behaving like a jilted lover. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm actually talking about are like going to be the consultant class. They're going to go to the Abdul campaign. They're going to say, look, you gotta at least throw us a bone. You got to throw us a bone and you got to cut this guy out. He's too radical. He's too bold. He says things that are unaccountable to you. He says things that are unaccountable to you. You don't want to be associated with this guy. Republicans are going to attack him. So you have to shy away from him. Okay? Any kind of concession on that front will be showing your belly. Any kind of concession on that front will be weakness. Disavow the statement, not the platform. That's the name of the game. Why should this be a salient issue in an election? Do not play by their rules. Always flip the narrative. Use the opportunity you have in the spotlight to engage, tackle the root cause. Why is this a problem? This is not a problem. This is not a concern that Michiganders bring up to me in the 700 different town halls that I've had. They never ask me about an online commentator. What they ask me instead is, how am I going to make sure that I pay rent at the end of this month? That's it. They want to lower the stakes. They want to reduce the importance of this race by talking about content creators on the internet. You got to talk about data centers and how DTE is an ever-present, I'm talking Michigan specific now. For those who don't know, DTE is the major power provider. It's the worst in the country. Okay? I'm going to say DTE has ruined your life. They've donated to every politician in this state, including Democrats. DTE is a terrible company, and the only reason why no politician seemingly holds DTE to account, or they're terrified of freezing the rates, for example, which is a demand being made by many in the state. Very popular demand. That change never takes place. Why? It's because DTE buys the politicians. And at the federal level, it's not just DTE, it's Chevron, it's Exxon, it's APAC, it's every major corporation and every major PAC. This is how democracy is subverted, and we got to put a stop to it. That's it. We have one job in this community. We represent, from the perspective of DC, we represent the activist base of the party. We're the door knockers. We're the phone bankers. We're the canvassers. We are the excitement. We are the momentum, okay? We're there to fight back against moneyed interest. The way I see my role is not to bring out 75-year-olds to come out and vote for a candidate that I'm working with. The way I see my role and my responsibility is to bring out the under 45 vote, which we did, you know? We're going to continue to do that in the general. But yeah, Mike Rogers' instant straight out the gate attack ads. Mike Rogers' instant attacks immediately revolve around saying Abdul's a terrorist. Now, the problem is this is Islamophobia, but many Democrats are also Islamophobic. So the Democrats will, quote unquote, hand it to Mike Rogers without recognizing what they're saying and doing. They'll say, well, it's valid because you're hanging out with Hassan Piker, not realizing that it's invalid regardless. Even if I wasn't there, they would say the same thing. Even if I was never there, they would say the same thing. That's why they swapped his name from Abdul El-Sayed to Abdurrahman Mohammed El-Sayed instantly as soon as the general started. So any kind of concession that you offer to the Republican Party on their framing on this issue is handing them a rhetorical W. Do not do this. You understand? Do not do this. The Hasan Abdul transited property on display. Rogers says he's running against someone who believes America deserved 9/11. First ad that came out instantly after. It was clear that Abdul El-Sayed won the election. By the way, I apologize. I'm like running into it already. I'm going headfirst into it. We're going to analyze the results in a little bit. There's a lot to extrapolate from this. There's also a lot of takes, the spins. The take factory is very much alive and well. This was Mike Rogers' first ad out of the gate. You are who your friends are, and Abdul El-Sayeds are radical leftists who hate America.
I'm not here to disavow people's views.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it, I'm saying it.
When I was in college, I took a terrorism class.
You know, there needs to be unrest in the streets for as long as there's unrest in our lives.
I'm not here to disavow people's views.
You know, I am in support of abolishing ICE.
Because we're going to go in there, we're going to...
Hey, notice how it's not just me on that ad, by the way, for all the fucking libtarded sock dems who think that they're making sound electoral analysis. Hey, notice something about all of the people that Abdul El-Sayed is associated with in that ad? Do you think this is a reasonable critique that the Republicans are launching for a statement that I, said and apologized for 8 fucking years ago at this point? Do you think that there's any sound critique here? Why do you constantly find yourselves, some of you, not people in here, but some on election Twitter, constantly find themselves rushing to hand it to the Republicans for some strange reason? Do you think the Republicans make a distinction between someone like myself and someone like Ayanna Pressley? Someone like myself and someone like Zohran Mamdani? Do you think politicians are a little bit smarter than you and they recognize exactly what's going on here? And perhaps that's the reason why they take this differently than you do. Everyone loves to be an armchair consultant, backseat quarterback, backseat driver. Do you think this is coming from a place of well-reasoned thought, or do you think it's just like unbelievable racial agitation? Just racial agit slop.
Kill those motherfuckers and murder those motherfuckers in the street. Let the streets soak in their fucking red capitalist bloods, dude.
The people who listen to Hasan are engaging in faith. They want a way forward into our politics. I'm not here to disavow people's views.
America deserved 9/11, dude.
Cynical race pervetry from the pedophile defender, from the pedo protection party. Okay? By the way, classic example of the societal tolerance for vicious Islamophobia while they attempt to prop up anti-Semitism is this uniquely evil scourge. Yeah. Like the equivalent of this would be like a Groyper edit against the Jewish candidate. That would never happen. Right? Like playing Havana Gila in the background for a Jewish candidate, being like, do you want this Jew to control the media and the banks and also the realm of politics now? Like, that's the equivalent of what this is. Okay? That's what this is. Black and brown people being presented as like radical America haters who want to kill everybody in the country, who love 9/11, all this shit, right? That's what this is. But ultimately, here it is. Okay? This is always a hurdle. This is always a hurdle. No matter what happens, this is always a hurdle. But it's a hurdle you can climb. So ask yourself this. Let's say Abdul El-Sayed is still named Abdurrahman Mohammed El-Sayed, but on the one hand, his policy platform is identical to Haley Stevens. On the other hand, you have the current Abdul El-Sayed. Who do you think has a better shot at winning? That's the thought experiment. A Muslim candidate with Haley Stevens's platform, which is not necessarily a real platform at all, versus the current Abdul El-Sayed with the current Abdul El-Sayed platform. Who do you think is more competitive in the general? Because ultimately, what these consultants want Abdul to do is moderate on the policies. Don't be so threatening to corporate interests because, and I'll give them credit, I've never been this involved in elections, I will give the establishment Democrats credit for one thing. They know what elections look like. They know how to win elections. They know how to lose them too. Part of this cynicism, from my opinion, comes from the fact that they've been working in Washington, D.C. for a very long time, and they know the voters. They know how malleable the base can be. And perhaps more importantly, they know the power that money has. So part of the reason why a lot of the consultant class and the commentariat are so terrified of a candidate that opposes corporate PAC money, a candidate that fights back against that sort of thing and calls it out. Part of the reason why they're terrified of that is because obviously it threatens their comfortable sinecures. But the other reason why they're terrified of it is because it is valid. Because a $70 million money cannon is virtually impossible to defeat. You have to be exceptional. You have to have tremendous messaging discipline. You have to have organic interest. You have to excite the base. You have to draw not only turnout, but also a real grassroots mobilization. You have to mobilize people to go out and knock on doors for you. That is the only way that you can defeat $70 million. And the inverse of it is that $70 million can still carry you to a close enough race, even if you don't have any policy. So, from the most charitable estimation, my most charitable interpretation of why the DC consultant class is always running scared is because I do think that some of them understand how malleable voters are, how susceptible they are to television ads, and how much of that could be bought like that by corporate PACs. Do you understand? It works. It works very well. And I think that's part of the reason why a lot of people say, just moderate your positions. Just don't say anything about Israel. I think that is AIPAC's power. AIPAC is just a political action committee I'm talking about. Okay? AIPAC's power as a political action committee, in my opinion, stems from not some kind of, anti-Semitic suspicion that people have, like where there's Jewish hypnosis or whatever. Of course, that's not the case. It comes from the fact that they can instill fear in the hearts and minds of every elected representative. It can get the amount of money that they can dump into small races, into otherwise sleepy races, scares off people from saying what they know the overwhelming majority believe. That's why Abdul al-Sayed's victory was unbelievably important, because I hope that it will give people a little bit more courage to come out and reveal what their moral conviction is, or rather, what they know their base wants them to say. So any victory that we seize from the onslaught of corporate expenditure is moving the needle in the appropriate direction in ways that you probably can't even fathom right now, in ways that you probably can't recognize at this moment. What do I mean by this? When Abdul al-Sayed is uncompromising on the issue of Israel and he still ends up winning, that shows that people who are paying attention in smaller races, that they too can be unafraid. They too can say the truth. Slowly but surely, it opens up new opportunities. You guys keep saying, like Liz Smith. Okay, let's take a look at what she had to say. As you guys know, Liz Smith famously was the first person that unfortunately for her, experienced it firsthand. Liz Smith is a famous consultant. She is a big Pete Buttigieg consultant. Initially, she's worked with Andrew Cuomo and stuff like that. But Liz Smith was consulting the Mallory McMorrow campaign. Some assume that the whole Abdul al-Sayed is hanging out with Hasan Piker, let's make this a salient issue, came from Liz Smith. Obviously, it turned into a spectacular failure for Mallory McMorrow, who ended up dropping out. It was actually a major success for us in ways that I even didn't think it would be, okay? I thought it would be good for Abdul. I thought it would be good for our side to draw a wedge, to show that you are on the 10% side of a 90-10 issue on the issue of Gaza, but I didn't think it would be this good, right? But let's see. Her analysis might have shifted. This is on election night.
If you looked at the 2024 election and have talked to voters since then, they would tell you, Democratic voters, that they are sick and tired of the establishment. They're sick of the status quo. They want something different. So, what did the geniuses of the DSCC do? They went and found the most typical politician you could. They recruited based on resume. 4-term congresswoman, tons of relationships in D.C., could raise gobs of money. Guess what? People do not vote on resumes anymore. They want someone who can speak to the anger, who can call for change, who can excite them to go out and vote. And that was not something that Haley Stevens offered. And this idea of electability, I hate that we discuss it so much, but let me tell you something. Electability is not something that can be conferred by people in Washington, D.C. It is the voters who decide what is electable. And what is electable, more electable in this cycle, at least in this Democratic primary, is someone who understands the anger that voters feel versus someone who is just presenting a traditional political resume.
Okay. I mean, it's a start, so that's good. John Fetterman crashes out over Abdul winning and starts crying about Hasan Piker on the Jon Stewart podcast. He's a big influence to communists. He celebrates Mao. He's proud to visit Cuba. Yeah, we got the extended interview. The Democratic Party Civil War. James Carville and Hasan Piker face off, even though we don't actually face off. When Bernie was asked about you later
about one of those campaign events, because just last night, the popular but very controversial streamer Hasan Piker was at one of El Sayed's final events. The two did a stream together, a fairly lengthy stream. I know that you've spoken to Hasan Piker in the past, but are you comfortable with El Sayed having a close association with him, given some of his past statements? To give you an example, one of the more controversial ones is that Piker has said America deserved 9/11. Are you comfortable with that association?
No, I am not. I think that's a dumb statement. On the other hand, he has a whole lot of followers, and there's a lot of things that he's saying that are making sense to a lot of people. I think, we have to get above cancel culture. When you're doing radio, whatever they do, podcast 3 hours a
radio. I love Bernie, dude. I love Bernie so much. When you're doing radio, whatever you're doing, they're talking for 3 hours. They're doing the radios. They're doing the podcasts. They're on the interwebs. Controversial radio hosts. No, he's right. He's nailing it. It's just funny because he said, I do radio. He's been on my stream so many times at this point. And it's just really funny that it's virtually impossible for him to, to understand what Twitch streaming is. One of the things that people did was they clipped our boy. They clipped Unc out of context as well. He was saying that he like disavows the statement, not the person, not the platform, right? Like that's the classic thing that people say, right? And they were like, yeah, no, Bernie hates Hasan or something like that. It's very funny. Neera Tanden, Senator Bernie Sanders tells CNN he's not comfortable with Abdul Sayed. Oh, this was their Neera Tanden said, what I have learned tonight is a lot of pollsters and pundits in the Democratic Party ecosystem are very good at talking to white college-educated voters like themselves and a real blind spot with working-class people of all races. I said, are you committed to building a Senate Dem majority? And she posted the out-of-context Bernie Sanders quote. And I know Neera Tanden knows what she's doing. Like, oh, no, I'm so devastated. Like, even if Bernie Sanders had said something like, yeah, I think fuck Hasan, like what happens when he comes on the stream again? Like, what now? You know what I mean? Like, what? You don't even like Bernie Sanders. Why do you give a shit what he has to say? This is, of course, her second go at it because she initially responded to me, probably drunk off wine and maybe her favorite form of benzos or opiates, allegedly. Dude, haven't you done enough damage? Was it your idea to pose by the pool on election eve? I want to build a Senate Dem majority, and that probably would be helped by your return to LA. Now, what's really interesting about this is, once again, given the margin of victory here, every vote mattered. Does Neera Tanden think that I run the Abdul El Sayed campaign? Does Neera Tanden think that I was the one who was like, let's do a pool party before? Let's do a pool party the day prior to the election? Like, does she think I have any decision-making power here? Well, clearly she didn't actually think that that was the case because she was embarrassed by the stupid fucking response that she delivered. So she deleted it and then came back with a quote out of context of Bernie Sanders. If you suggested the pool party, why the hell would you show up in the wrong type of suit? Yeah. I know that for a lot of people who are stuck on Twitter, whose brains are completely melted by being on Twitter so much, they think, I guess, I'm responsible for the polls. They think I'm responsible for all the campaign events. I didn't go to Michigan to go to a pool party. I went to Michigan to knock on doors, to canvass Abdul al-Sayed, but also for Donovan McKinney, who won his race. To fundraise for Donovan McKinney, to phone bank for him, which we did. We weren't there for pool parties. But if people tell me to attend something, I'm going to attend it. I have no say in the matter. Okay? I think a lot of people, like I said, are desperately trying to throw some stink on this victory to the best of their ability. We're not going to let it happen. Okay? Yeah, I was in and out. I was there at the pool party for 5 minutes. That was enough for Neera Tanden. Shannon Wass is another one who was like, going to bed, but if al-Sayed wins this race narrowly, one of the first things he'll be told to do is kick Hasan Piker to the curb to campaign statewide, and the schadenfreude is delicious. I think I fully updated the endorsement tracker for you when you want. Yeah, here it is. Here's the endorsement tracker. We now have 4 losses on here, unfortunately. Hartzell Gray with a close loss, and Cori Bush with a devastating loss in Missouri. Now, when people are going to come in here and say, what the fuck happened with Cori? What happened with Cori? I'll tell you what happened with Cori. 27-1. That's what happened with Cori Bush. Cori Bush was outspent almost 30-1. So yes, money is still unbelievably important in races. So there is a degree. Now we know the margin. Now we know. Wasn't that last time? Last time and this time, the total is like, the total is insane. And that still has an impact. That still has an impact. So we know what that margin looks like. The narrative for Cori Bush was set in the last election 2 years ago. Okay? AIPAC adjusted. AIPAC didn't spend the same amount because it wasn't unseating an incumbent, but defending an incumbent this time around. And there were still people in this election cycle talking about last election cycle's smears. Last election, the smears were Cori Bush did not vote ever. She was never around. That narrative was so powerful when she was the incumbent that it still existed in this race. Did you follow Kshama Sawant at all in Seattle? No, I did not. But Kshama Sawant is a great example of what happens when you run on the independent ballot line. I mean, sorry, I know that a lot of people will get mad, but this is the reason why I agree with, if we're going to participate in elections, this is why I agree with the DSA method of participating on the elections and running on the Democratic Party line. That's the truth. We are not there yet, especially for a congressional race. We're not there yet. The DSA Tea Party moment, if you want to call it that, is barely able to make an impact with the limited opportunities that we have in congressional races. We saw how tough that battle is for a statewide seat, specifically a Senate seat. Okay? It is very, very difficult. And I hope that people can be a little bit more reasonable about where people are. Okay? Like, I need you guys to understand. This is why I always stress the importance of like being normal and recognizing where the masses are and tailoring your message to where the masses are. Speak to the masses, speak to their desires, speak to their pain, offer lend a helping hand, and be where the masses are. And still, for the time being, the masses still self-identify as liberals broadly. Does the guy who refuses to stop wearing the Chinese suit? I mean, there's a degree of silliness that people engage with. But I'm fairly certain that the normies on the Chinese suit saga responded in the way that was expected. Who gives a shit? Also, I'm not a candidate. I'm not a political candidate. Okay? I have people asking me, didn't Cori Bush scam us? And I just couldn't believe how susceptible to misinformation campaigns people are. Even with my own extended family, people predominantly get their political opinions from what's being fed to them on TV. No one can be bothered to do the littlest bit of reading. Yeah, it makes sense. This poll found that Bernie, AOC, and Zoran were the most popular politicians in Missouri won. Okay? And yet, Cori Bush in her own district was minus 27. That is how powerful the last cycle's ad spend still was. Okay, what is this? The populist left has a theory from Michelle Goldberg. God damn it, I don't have an account. God, I have to somehow get around the paywall here. I mean, you see it every day with even something as silly as myself, with something as silly as like a Twitch streamer. You see it all the time. I mean, think about the amount of earned media that I receive in negative ad spend, right? This is my take. Truly, no offense intended to Hasan, but expecting normal people to know who a Twitch streamer is actually crazy. Exactly. No, that's my take. It's an extremely online and extremely echo chambered take. Do you understand? But unfortunately, while Twitter is not real life, and this little pocket on the internet that we exist in is not real life either, although we can have an impact in real life, and we showed that last night, Twitter is still the news editor of mainstream media. Discourse that thrives on Twitter makes its way to mainstream news outlets. That's how you arrive at funny situations like this. At a Haley Stevens event in Traverse City, last day, closing statements coming from the Haley Stevens campaign. When former Senator Debbie Stabenow was tasked with the role of attack dog, she described Twitch streamer El Slaz supporter Hasan the Hun as probably the biggest anti-Semite in the media. The jab barely registered with the attendees. 25 to 30 people at a brewery, heavily 65-plus-year-old crowd. No one thought that was a salient point. Do you understand? So it's interesting for me. I'm like, someone told Debbie Stabenow to say that. Someone armed her with that talking point. Okay? Someone armed her with that talking point, even if it's an ineffective one. So moments like this are they saying this? Are they saying this because they think it's a good talking point? Are they saying this because they want to defang one arm of the insurgent left's media platforms that exist, right? Like, what is the purpose here? Are there some big donors that have put the beat on me? Guys, I don't care about Jonathan Greenblatt. Please stop fucking linking me shit, especially from Jonathan Greenblatt, especially right now. Okay? Let me get through one fucking take. I suspect it's a little bit of all of the above. There's definitely a decent amount of hysteria amongst the boomercrats who have decided in their minds that I'm just like radical terrorist infiltrating the ranks of the Democratic Party. There's definitely some big donors. There's definitely some big donors out there who have decided we have to discredit this fucking guy. We have to discredit this platform. And then there's more tactical decisions being made behind the scenes as well. I suspect that this is a product of all of those things. There's also, I mean, it's a disciplining operation, as I talked to Chris Rabb about. Surprisingly, uncut reporting from the National Review from last night's interview. They put 100% of your words in the article. Good.
You say dumb things. I suspect if you go back over your career, there may be one or two things that you said that you may have regretted. But I think what we have got...
Abby gives him nothing on that, by the way. Cold.
To do is look at the totality of where people are coming from and go forward.
So when someone like James Carville says he doesn't want to be in the same political party as Hasan Piker,
I don't think Abby Phillips hates me. I don't think she hates me. I think she's like agnostic.
Which one are you going to take?
Well, that's not much of a choice. If Mr. Carville doesn't want to be in my party, the party that I belong to, that Piker, that El Sayed belongs to, he can start his own party. But, look, what we are doing now is, you could turn the tables around and say, do you really want to be in a party where your leadership is taking huge amounts of money from AIPAC, which is supporting
Have you gotten an invite from any of the outlets for the bullshit that they spew about you? No. Guys, here's the other side of the story. A lot of people develop their perspective off of clips out of context. If they were to actually hear me talk, okay, if they were to actually invite me to any of these broadcasts, they would very quickly recognize that the image that they present of me is totally ridiculous. That is the reason why it's much better to not hear from me directly, but instead to talk about me all the fucking time. That's why these platforms will offer endless coverage to what I'm saying and what I'm doing. Most of the time it's negatively framed, or even better if they can get someone who would otherwise be a close ally to unendorse me or to yell about me or to disavow me or something, right? But we know what it looks like when I get a full interview, okay? This is what it looks like when I get a full interview. Channel 4 did it. Watch this interview and tell me with a straight face that Hasan Piker is a threat to public order, an absurd decision to block him, but totally on brand for Shabana Mahmoud and the Labour Party together. It will be a real test of how much Burnham can constrain Mahmoud's most authoritarian instincts when Piker reapplies. But here, that's the reality. Like, you know this already. I talk for 8 hours a day as a part of my job. I'm actually pretty good on my feet in these sorts of somewhat contentious interviews. Non-contentious interviews, contentious interviews, you know, I've done it all over. I go on podcasts all the time. I give television interviews when people ask me to. Okay? That's the reality. That's also part of the reason why CNN will never have me on. That's part of the reason why MSNBC will never have me on, because it's much more effective to just talk over me. It's much more, it would be great for them as far as driving clicks, driving excitement, boosting ratings if they were to have me on. I think a lot of people would watch primetime television, me versus Dana Bash or me versus Jake Tapper. They would love to watch that, but there's a reason why that's not going to happen. Because it's much better for Jake Tapper to have Hillary Skolton on to call me a anti-Semitic terrorist, like perhaps one of the worst anti-Semitic terrorists of all time, you know?
Extremist Netanyahu government that many of us believe have committed genocide. Do you want to be in a party with people who do that? Do you want to be in a party which has not stood up to the AI industry because they got a lot of money from AI or from crypto?
Your time is almost up in the space of celebrity. What does that mean? Why are you trying to sound cool? I'm not a celebrity, man. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. I'm just a guy. I said, I don't know. Man, you folded like a napkin. Holy shit. Folded under zero pressure. Jesus Christ.
Pick whatever you want to pick. But I think we need a big tent, and I think people like Piker should be welcome into that, certainly.
Just a quick final question for you, Senator. If voters do choose to nominate Congresswoman Stevens tonight, would you support her in the general election if it meant winning that seat?
Yeah, I mean, he said yes to that question how many times now? Echelon Insights. Evidence suggests that Haley Stevens was helped by crossover Republican votes in the Metro Detroit area. So I guess they tried to do a "it's Cuomo over" moment, and Abdul hit him with the Zoran, the Zoran blast. Perhaps, I don't know. It turns out Trump's biggest donor, Maddie Maroon, was out there. You know,
I do everything I can to put a brake on Trump's disastrous policies. We need to have Democrats control the House and the Senate, and I will do my best to elect all Democrats to the United States Senate.
Senator Bernie Sanders, we appreciate your time. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Now, before we open it up to the table, once again, I want to invite you at home to join the debate. Head to CNN.com, weigh in on that interview and the rest of our discussions throughout the show. We'll get to some of your comments as we go along. But here in New York, Scott Jennings, your response to what Senator Sanders had to say.
Oh, here we go. What is this monster going to say? Again, panel entirely comprised of liberals who don't like me and then reactionary charlatans who are firmly committed to the pedo protection squad, the grand old pedophiles party.
Well, I mean, right at the end, he ultimately said, yes, I want people like his party. We're a big tent. He wants people in the party that say America deserved 9/11. He wants people in his party that are out there idealizing Chairman Mao and the like. I mean, this is not something I would be embracing if I were trying to build a political party that could appeal to, mainstream Americans. I think they're going to deeply regret these associations.
Dude, Donald Trump is the president. It is literally, we are living in a very different media environment. A big part of the reason why Donald Trump won the presidency was because he was unashamed, unapologetic, and he was a boulder that was going to put a hatchet through the institutions. Okay? That's what the broad base of support is coming from. That's what the demand is. Okay? Anyone who can actually capture that populist rage and redirect it back to appropriate avenues in spite of the money cannon that they will have to face in retaliation for doing such things will win. Okay? That's it. The 9/11 thing is so overused. I swear mainstream media love it so much. I know. And it wasn't used at all. It's a post-October 7 rehashing. I've been interviewed I've been interviewed a million times by all of these outlets. I've had profiles, puff pieces, whatever. Many, many years past the point of the 9/11 comments, they would just like briefly mention it or never mention it at all. It just got spammed after Cuomo deployed it against Zohran Mamdani. Even though it was ineffective, it was effective in terms of setting a precedent. Anytime this person is discussed, the 9/11 comments will be discussed alongside it. Okay? It's totally disingenuous. But the problem is I talk a lot. So there's no expectation, at least from my perspective, at least from where I'm standing, because I'm not running for office or anything like that, for anyone to operate like a surrogate for me. I don't expect Bernie Sanders to know the context behind every single thing that I've said, you know? So the best possible thing that they can do is go, I don't care. Like, this is utterly irrelevant in the realm of elections. This is utterly irrelevant. People talk a lot. This guy talks a lot. He's a talker. He's a yapper. You're going to arrive at something that sounds stupid or silly. I need your advice, bro. It's an emergency. Let me guess. You're going to get banned for sure. It's coming. Where the fuck is Hasan? Scuba. Okay, you're getting time now for that. It has an exactly 0% success rate. I don't know why they keep spamming it after the candidate they try to attack with it keep winning. They keep spamming it because even if they can't take out the candidate, at least they can take out a messenger. Because I think at this stage, how I perceive myself is utterly irrelevant. How mainstream media perceives me, how corporate media perceives me is far more relevant to understand why they're behaving this way. And from their perspective, I think this is a threat. This is a large enough platform, a large enough force that is capable of galvanizing a base of support for the left insurgent candidacies that will go up against corporate interests that needs to be dismantled, defanged, discredited in some capacity. And that's precisely what's going on, which is why I find it rather strange when people are aggressive, but Hasan really needs to shut the fuck up. Like, when I hear takes like that, I'm like, you have no understanding of anything. You think you are making a reasonable critique here, okay? But what you're doing is falling for the trap that, antagonistic people in positions of power are setting for you. The moment that you concede on your opposition's framing, if you oppose corporate interests, if you oppose do-nothing Democrats, if you oppose reactionary Republicans, and you turn around and you actually concede on their framing, you're falling for their trap. Okay? You're falling for their trap. It's pundit brain. You're not a consultant, but you're falling for it. So one must ask the question why all of these other politicians that you admire and adore are not falling for it. You won't catch AOC doing it. You won't catch Bernie Sanders doing it. You won't catch Zohran doing it. You won't catch Abdul doing it. You won't catch Chris Rabb doing it. Mayla Kiros, Donovan McKinney. Why don't they do this? Why don't all of the politicians that you like, why don't they do it? And if they're not doing it and they're seeing something different from what you're interpreting here, even if you are sincere, even if you're sincere in the fear that you have about a negative impact that I might have on a race due to my association, due to my radical nature, due to the format of this platform that I'm on, where I'm talking for hours on end on contentious issues. And there's always going to be unique opportunities to clip me in bad faith, to frame something that I'm saying negatively. Okay? Even if you have a sincere concern that it's going to disparage your favorite content creator or your favorite, not content creator, your favorite politician, why doesn't your favorite politician do the same? Because at the end of the day, they understand, just like the Democratic Socialists of America understand, that there is a necessity for independent media. There's a necessity for these platforms. We need to exist. I'm not overemphasizing my importance here in any way, shape, or form. I don't think I'm all that significant at the end of the day. But I will say this, broadly speaking, without drop site, without breaking points, without myself, without Majority Report, without all of these different places where insurgent candidates can launch their campaigns to be in front of as many eyeballs as possible, without Zateo, the Abdul al-Sayed campaign would not have gotten the strong reception that it desperately needed. Okay? Secular talk as well. Yes, without the lever. This media ecosystem is an absolute necessity, especially when corporate media will never give you an opportunity to deliver your message to as broad an audience as possible. So if you consider yourself to be a part of this insurgent left movement, why would you defang it? Here's Debbie Dingle, who came to our rally. When Abdul al-Sayed and myself did a rally in first Lansing and then in Ann Arbor many, many months ago, as the tide of Abdul's race shifted dramatically in our favor. Debbie Dingle, who is a very important politician for the state of Michigan, who I have a lot of respect for, whose husband basically wrote Medicare for All. Okay? Debbie Dingle, who is very good with her instincts. Debbie Dingle, who also famously was critical of Hillary Rodham Clinton, who was also critical of what was going on in Michigan twice and was correct twice. Okay? An OG. Debbie Dingle was at that Ann Arbor rally at University of Michigan, Ann Arbor. Associated Press approached her, said, wow, Debbie, are you here to endorse Abdul al-Sayed? I mean, this is months ago, right? Mallory McMorrow was still in the race. Haley Stevens was seen as the front runner. Debbie Dingle said, look, I'm here to understand why so many young people are at this rally months out from a primary during the midterms. And she said, I have never seen this much youth enthusiasm in a primary 5-6 months out from a midterm election for a Senate seat. That's why she's always stayed ahead of the game. Now let's take a look at what she said on Newsmax.
And, that to me is, I guess we all sort of have our one item, something at a litmus test. But to me, to campaign today, I would have tried to bury him if he were a supporter of me, just maybe take his campaign contribution, but that's about all. Why would he campaign with him today?
So here's the thing. This is old school, okay? Boomers do not understand, and they perhaps will never understand, but that's good. Underestimating us is a good thing, okay? Here's the problem for Abdul. If he were to do that, if he were to come out and be like, I disavow this guy sucks, he would win nothing from that exercise. He would win nothing at all from that exercise. Perhaps some of the moderates who despise him would pull back from their attacks. Not voters, though, because at the end of the day, you're trying to win voters, because voters don't ultimately care about this, right? Maybe some of these moderate consultants that would call Abdul al-Sayed a nasty terrorist or an anti-Semite on mainstream media would maybe scale back a little bit, okay? I would still push for Abdul, regardless of how many in my community might find him to be, hard to trust after that. Because I, at the end of the day, only care about the policies. I only care about the progress. I only care about this movement. right? But ultimately, that would do two things. It's the same principle with Hamas disavowal, okay? If you recall, going back to the previous election cycle with Kamala Harris, whenever there was a protest, a pro-Palestine protest, people would go to those protests and be like, see, there's a person there that is like pro-Hamas. And then they would go to every Democrat and say, Kamala Harris, disavow Hamas, disavow this pro-Hamas protester. That was always a stupid exercise. Because when you disavow, even if you disagree, just don't disavow. Why? Because when you disavow the pro-Hamas protester, you took ownership over that person. Okay? You now not only took ownership over that person, but you also turned around and said, this is what my movement looks like, and I'm actually embarrassed by it. Okay? You don't ever have to do that. You do not ever have to do that. It only harms you. There is no upside, only downsides when you do that. And a similar situation exists here. If Abdul were to come out and be like, yeah, you know what? You guys are right. I fucked up. I should have never asked this guy to stump with me. He's a bad guy. That process of throwing someone under the bus, maybe in the 90s used to work. It's called the Sister Soldier moment. Bill Clinton did this. A more recent example of this is Barack Obama distancing himself publicly, cutting ties with Reverend Wright, Reverend Jeremiah Wright. Okay? By my estimation, we're in a very different media environment now. That's number one. And that matters. That's important. But number two, I don't think that distancing operation is actually all that beneficial because you only look weaker. In this current political landscape, you just look weaker. Okay? And it turns out we don't even have to look at the results and wonder if it was beneficial or not. While consultants on the outside, establishment Democrats who fucking despise me, could say, oh, this race was close because of Hasan. They're wrong. Every vote mattered at the end of the day. And it's very clear that this community's efforts played a formative role in carrying this campaign across the finish line. That's it. That's it. Obviously, it takes a village. It's not one thing. There's not one singular event or one singular person that ends up securing victory, although this is one of the very unique races where we could point to one singular event. It was the classic, us stumping together and then Abdul going from third place to first place. There's obviously a point that we can, directly look at and interpret. I mean, that's what the polls showed as well. Mitchell and numerous other polls were like, this was the turning point for Abdul al-Sayed. But of course, it doesn't matter because if Abdul didn't have the charisma, if he didn't have the skill, and if he, more importantly, didn't have the policies, he would not have been able to take that media attention and flip it around. I think it's safe to say that we helped win at least 3 close races this cycle. Dottie Eliza, Donovan McKinney, and Abdul, where the margin showed that our help was a big difference. I think so too. Yeah. The close races were not lost because of the close races were not close because of our involvement. We won those races because of our involvement. It's so totally ridiculous.
So I'm going to actually tell you, I'm Debbie, so I don't follow him. And when he was here earlier in the year, he was here in my district. And anybody who knows me knows I try to understand what people are thinking. I try to understand the mood. And so I went to the back of the event that he was at because it was in my district. And I'm just trying to understand him. And I quite frankly, don't agree with many of the statements Hasan Piker has made, but he is I've learned, very, very popular online. He's an influencer. He has a great deal of followers. And that's the way that Abdul's been running his campaign. He's run a very strong social media campaign. I don't get how he has so many followers, to be perfectly frank, but I'm following him now because I'm trying to understand it. So I'm not defending it. I don't agree with things that he has said, but it's an interesting phenomenon, and you can tell that there's a difference in generations because
I don't know. He's got a lot of followers, and I'm still trying to. I guess he works out, and when he works out, he looks really good.
No. Oh my God. Oh my God. Debbie Dingle. That is why did you say that? Ain't no way. Oh my God. Is Debbie Dingle on fan cam TikTok? Oh my God. That is incredible.
So some people are following.
That is hilarious. Also, Aura picks on the sideline while she's saying like he's got, okay. Wow. That's something. Okay. Now, I mean, we take those. I don't agree with Hasan Piker, but he's got a lot of followers, says Debbie Dingle. So yeah, look. Hey, what can I say? I mean, I'll take it. We take those. We win those. That's fine. Whichever, any means possible. Okay. Yeah. But like even her response, because like that speech I delivered at Ann Arbor wasn't radical at all. And she was there and she heard me talk. So I find it very odd, like that. I guess she's referencing like all the comments that are in the ecosystem at this point that is associated with me that will be following me everywhere I go for the rest of my life. I guess those are the comments that she's talking about when she says like, I don't agree with everything he says. I guess that's what it is, right? Like that's what she's referencing. Anyway.
And this continued demonization of AIPAC. AIPAC is Jewish Americans who are choosing to participate in politics. And let's be honest, they're just using it as a euphemism.
Yeah, AIPAC is so done, dude. It's fucking so done. It's never been more done than it is today.
To say the Jews. I mean, that's what they're doing, and I think
Senator Sanders is Jewish.
Okay,
so
that doesn't absolve him of demonizing other Americans who simply want to participate in American politics.
So Sochi, I mean, do you think that that's the right, a defensible strategy to say we're a big tent, and if you don't want certain people in it, you can get out, but everybody else can stand?
Listen, I think that ultimately the voters will decide here. And I think when it comes to AIPAC, I think the reason why that was an effective strategy for al-Sayed, and we'll see tonight if he actually wins, is because there was $30 million that was being spent in this race. And part of it is that his message was that this race shouldn't be bought. I think that at the end of the day, you're going to see that in politics throughout the country. This is an anti-establishment year. It is cool to be an outsider, whether you're a Republican or whether you're a Democrat. Look at what Donald Trump has done in the Republican Party. You have Cornyn, you have Massey, you have others who were defeated because Donald Trump primaried those people. And so you're seeing the same thing happen on the Democratic side, where people want fighters. They want people who are going to stand up for working families. Now, at the end of the day, these are going to be fights about who can work harder for the American people. And if someone doesn't want to be part of the Democratic Party, they don't have to be part of the Democratic Party. I will say that a lot of the views that are happening and that al-Sayed stands for and what he has been saying, those views would not resonate with people in Texas. I think if you were to ask in my home state of Texas anything about socialism or DSA or any of these things, not one voter would understand what you're saying. So I do think that every state is different in this sense. People talk about this big tent party.
I agree. What's really funny about this stuff, first of all, undermining voters and treating them like they're stupid, I hate that. Plenty of people in Texas will understand socialism, many of which will even have a favorable opinion of it. We already know because it's been polled. But the part that I do agree with is, yes, of course you have to message to your audience, right? A lot of people have developed this opinion of me, especially when it comes to elections, that I'm like this like anti-electoralist. I hate elections. I oppose them. I don't want people to vote. And I want the Democratic Party to fall apart, or I only care about like defeating Democrats. I don't care about defeating Republicans. They have deluded themselves into believing this false narrative. First and foremost, my enemy will always be fascists. It will always be the reactionaries. And as far as my enmity towards the Democrats, it stems from their closeness and their capitulation, and sometimes their outright collaboration with the American fascist movement, with Trumpism. Okay? That's it. I oppose Mike Rogers a million times more than I oppose Haley Stevens, and I oppose Haley Stevens quite a bit due to her association with AIPAC, due to her position on Israel. Again, I am consistent on this. Okay? Talking heads are all saying you refuse to vote in 2024 at their main point against you, which is not true. But none of the things that they're saying about me are true, right? None of the things that they're saying about me are true. So it's up to you to lean into the lies and give it credence, or understand that they are either misinformed, misguided, or deliberately lying. That's it.
I think it is a matter, the enthusiasm is where are the fighters? Whether it's Democrats or Republicans, it's not about party labels anymore, and we have to get over that as a country. People do not like the labels.
I think people are looking at this race totally wrong. First of all, Hasan Piker is not the candidate. Abdul Sayed is. And Donald Trump has associated himself, and many Republicans have associated themselves with questionable people, but those people aren't the candidate.
Donald Trump is the questionable person. See, this is the other side of the story. Donald Trump is the questionable person. Look, it's not an accident or a secret that there are some in the media that treat certain individuals as unbelievably toxic. Regardless of what those individuals' personal point of view is, regardless of what their track record looks like. Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and now myself. In the past, it was Linda Sarsour, for those of you who don't know. Linda Sarsour is like the OG, right? That's it. These are people who get disparaged. Now, even someone who's running for office, who obviously needs and achieves a shit ton of name ID, name recognition, like Linda, or not Linda, sorry, like Rashida Tlaib. And I have a very unique position in this because I am a media platform on my own, okay? So I have the capacity to use the platform that I have to push back against these false narratives. Many people don't have that opportunity. For someone like Rashida or someone like Ilhan, they have to go to sometimes my platform and sometimes others to be able to communicate what their goals are, to be able to communicate what their positions are. For me, it's all I do. All I do is yap. That's why there's this massive divergence between what the media ecosystem is presenting me as and what the truth is. And the truth in this day and age, given the diversity of the media landscape, is endlessly accessible. There's also, yeah, that's a good point too. There's also a disconnect with civility fetishists and established legacy publishers with what's aesthetically toxic, salacious, damning points of view, you know, like using hyperbole, using analogies, right? Embellishing, things of that nature that people consider to be unacceptable, with what is actually toxic when it comes to the voters and their voting. Voters oftentimes don't care about curses or the way that certain things are perceived. Okay? And we've seen that time and time again. We've seen that time and time again with Donald Trump. Voters don't give a shit. They're actually a lot more pragmatic than you would think they are. I mean, after all, the evangelical base, for example, understands that Donald Trump is not a particularly pious man, and yet they're pretty open about it. When you ask them directly, like, why are you voting for this guy? They go, well, he's going to carry out this agenda that I care about, an agenda of white supremacy, for sure. But that's still a policy. It's a policy that I oppose. It's an ideology that I oppose, but it's one that they obviously care about, okay? They see him as an imperfect vessel. And then sometimes they say he's Jesus Christ, our Lord and Savior, but that's besides the point. Even if we accepted that what you had said, unacceptable things, which you haven't, it always bothers me to no end that this is treated beyond the pale while Scott Jennings is sitting right there. He has said stuff that is murderous, hateful, bigoted. Trump said Somalis are roving bands who hunt white people. Even if we took America Deserved at face value with none of the nuance, it will still pale in comparison to anything they said. Yes, exactly. Exactly. J.D. Vance went on television and admitted that he was lying about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. And then they won that election. If we were to pull up the laundry list, what? Did I hear correctly? That this guy likes, what the fuck is a shit porn and teenager? What are you saying? If we were to look at the laundry list of things that people have said, it doesn't even come close, okay? It doesn't even come close. So My perspective on this is very clear. It is a liability to abide by a false standard that your opposition doesn't abide by. There's obviously limits to this. Okay, I'm not saying we should have Max Millers on our side, which I will be getting to in a little bit. I'm going to talk about that too. But like, if only one side is trying to present a false standard that the opposition doesn't abide by, then the opposition can always use that against you. It's that simple. So don't give them a weapon to wield against us. Yeah. Matthew Chapman says, MAGA is just reflexively attacking anyone with a Middle Eastern sounding name. Now, between this and MAGA voters in Michigan rejecting Trump-endorsed Amir Hasan in favor of some dude who dropped out of the race weeks ago, just insanely bleak. Donald Trump endorsed this guy. He's not Muslim, by the way, but his name is Amir Hasan. Trump had endorsed him. His primary opposition had actually dropped out of the race weeks ago. Republicans, but he was still on the ballot. Republicans voted for the guy who had dropped out over Amir Hasan. I think we know why. They voted for the guy with the white name over the guy with the Muslim sounding name. That's all it took. Thomas J. Smith won, and it wasn't even close. Thomas J. Smith had dropped out. Amir Hasan was the one that actually was the Trump-endorsed candidate. This is a Trump +2 district, and Smith, who has suspended his campaign, is going to win the primary ex-candidate. Dave Weigel says, that's it, folks. We're getting 1, a suspended campaign winning the nomination, 2, Trump-endorsed candidate losing, and 3, New York Times not having a headshot for the winner. I wonder, I'm not even kidding, I wonder if there were people, because this is the Republican primary, I wonder if there were people who were like, Hasan, you mean that 9/11 guy who did 9/11? I'm not voting for that. I'm not voting for that. I wonder if there was at least like one voter in that primary who voted for Thomas Smith. Out of 2,000 or 25,500 voters, there must be like a couple, right? There has to be a couple who are at least like 10. Because here's the thing. While most voters don't give a shit about me, there are a group of voters who, at the mere mention of the name Hasan, probably shudder now. Okay? And those are 75-year-old Fox News boomers. But yeah, here it is. I mean, look, Lombardo.
So I know Pastor Tice spoke about Officer Abdul Nabi a few moments ago. No, we're not booing. We're not booing him. He's the officer that passed away here recently. So, and I asked.
Why do you think they were doing that? Why do you think they were booing at Officer Abdul Nabi? Because his name sounds Muslim. That's it. These guys are cattle. They're incredibly racist cattle. That's the only thing. The only thing that motivates them. Yeah. El Sayed, I want to make healthcare, groceries, and gas more affordable, get rid of data centers, remove corporate money from politics, and tax the rich. Republicans, El Sayed is Muslim. And you want to know something? It will work. It's going to work on a lot of people. It's just not going to be enough to win. Okay? So make no mistake, I am not living in La La Land where I think like being a Muslim candidate is going to be a hurdle. It's just my theory of change means hurdles. My theory of change and my belief system is, and I repeat this all the time, I talked about it with Kamala Harris as well, her being a black woman from California was a hurdle. It's silly to act as though that's not a hurdle, right? But my theory of change is it's a hurdle that you can climb. It's a hurdle that you can clear. It just makes things more difficult, but it doesn't matter. Okay? It's that simple. Hurdles are meant to be cleared. And Abdul cleared it. He cleared it last night, and he will clear it in the general. So, obviously, we're going to talk about expenditures as well. You have to be an extraordinary candidate running a strong campaign to overcome a 10-to-1 spending disadvantage, 62 million against in a high-profile race like this. Everyone trying to spin this result as anything short of that is lying. This isn't disappointing at all. Just because a bunch of polling discourse, it's crazy. Even being competitive against that kind of headwind is not supposed to be possible, and that's without even touching the endorsement by Whitmer, Peters, and Clyburn. Outspent 10-to-1. Mamdani was outspent 3-to-1. Okay? That's it. The only reason why people are saying like this is a disappointment, this sucks, is because of the standard that was set by really bad polls. And perhaps we will get a better understanding of why the polls got it so wrong. And perhaps it's because maybe there was additional turnout from Republicans. And the polls were obviously not calculating that there would be a decent amount of Republicans that would go out in the open primary and vote for the Democrat that they want to oppose in the general. That Democrat being Haley Stevens. Okay? Because if there is like an additional 10 points that they were able to secure from all of the different districts, with Republicans coming out in droves, which is unlikely for the record. Okay? When will you stop glazing at Dubai landlord because he's a Democrat? What happened to democratic socialism? Never. I love Dubai chocolate, and I hope he buys more properties. What do you want me to do, man? It's his father-in-law. His father-in-law owns properties and put his wife's name on the deed. How does that have anything to do with who he is and what he's advocating for? Like, what are we doing? Do you think there is like intergenerational ideological predispositions? Is that what you think? I mean, he is not even a socialist. You can attack me on that if you want. Neither is my father, you know? Neither are my grandparents. What kind of argument is this? That's a clipper? Don't give them attention? Yeah, no, it's he got his positions from his father-in-law. They were passed down like the property that he put in Abdul's wife's name. But yeah, Patrick Ruffini, pollster at Echelon Insights, says controlling for 2024, the results kind of suggest Stevens was buoyed by crossover Republican votes, especially in Metro Detroit, where the primary composition swung 30 points towards D's. There's a large Jewish population in Oakland County and a large black population. I'd look there before looking at a GOP crossover. Macomb is interesting as Oakland is Stevens' home base. So there were some very interesting, unpredictable results that came out of this. Like, for example, Abdul actually outperformed expectations in Haley Stevens' county and in a lot of Gretchen Whitmer areas as well. Whereas Haley Stevens actually overperformed in rural areas. Now, is that because Gretchen Whitmer and her endorsement carried a lot of weight in those areas? Or was it because in those small towns and rural districts, you had a bunch of right-wingers that had never voted, or independents that are leaning right, for example, former Trump voters, that went out and voted for Haley Stevens, either due to tactical voting or because they were frustrated with Donald Trump, for sure, and decided like they want to vote for Haley Stevens in the general. That could be a big thing. There was a Republican governor primary. No, I don't think these Republicans are motivated enough to vote for the primary, would bother trying to get a moderate Dem. We'll see. These people aren't tactical about anything. I'm from there. Yes, we have an open primary. The ballot had 2 columns with Dems and reps, and the reps didn't have a big contest of a primary at all, so I believe some of them did at the very least. Yeah, that could be the case. Here is the real truth, though. Evan Hill, Open Source and Visual Forensics and Investigations of Washington Post, delivers, I think, the truth of all truths. Blue-collar labor has long been fetishized as the spiritual base of both parties, even as factory work was long ago overtaken by email jobs. But it does feel like this election cycle might finally allow left-wing riveter iconography to fade away and be replaced by something closer to reality. The great lefty millennial t-shirt class, spanning PMC keyboard warriors, unionized service and government work, and the precariat. To which I responded with, it's funny because the moderates are the party of non-college educated union retirees, whereas the college-educated, downwardly mobile folks are the current existing working class, and the DC consultants constantly claim the older retirees are the true working class. Here's a way that a lot of people interpret these results over and over again that I've noticed that I find very frustrating. They always say, look at these poor districts. They're going to the moderates. They did this with Adriana Espaillat. They did this in the Abdul race, right? They did it over and over again. And what's really interesting about this is that it's actually not it's not the reality. It's this fantasy that we as Americans have of what it means to be working class in the United States of America. One example that I always used to use is one that is commonly deployed by the Republicans: coal miners. Donald Trump made coal miners a major issue in 2016, and he even hearkened back to it in 2020. Okay? The idea of blue-collar labor, coal miners. The number of coal miners, the total number of coal miners in this country is 55,000. That is the number of Arby's workers in like 3 states. Okay? What do you think is a better representation of the working class in modern American society? Coal miners or people who work at Arby's? It is a cartoon. It is a pure fantasy. It's nostalgia driven. It's not driven by the actual analytics. Okay? That is the reality. We have more meat miners at Arby's than coal miners in West Virginia. Okay? It is this romanticized understanding of blue collar, hard hat wearing workers when the modern contemporary labor force in the United States of America is increasingly people who sit at a desk or people who sit behind a counter. That's the current downwardly mobile, millennial, overeducated, college education having labor force. That is what the current labor force looks like. So DSA is actually still very much at the heart of that movement. Stand behind a counter. Sorry, did I say? Yeah. Not sit behind a counter. Stand behind a counter. Evan Hill says, education polarization has thrown people for a loop because 4-year college attainment increased like 20% during our lifetime. So millennials came of age during a period in which college became standard for more than a third of the adult population, and perception has been slow to catch up. Yeah. Marshall Steinbaum says, not to be a dick about this, but this was literally the basis of the student debt research I was doing at Democratic-aligned economic policy think tanks, CAP and Washington Center for Equitable Growth in 2015 and 2016, the work that got me fired. Yeah. This is why student loan debt relief is one of the most powerful tools to galvanize the workforce to come out and vote for you in droves. Okay? These are truth after truths. These are truth nukes. What we perceive as this fantasy narrative, working class individuals and what we is very different than the reality. That's why a lot of the frustration, at least from my end, comes from the narrative that is presented by Neera Tanden, by all of these right-wing Democratic Party consultants and right-wingers in the Republican Party as well. They will point to the electoral performance of the likes of Haley Stevens, and they'll say these are black neighborhoods. Black neighborhoods went out in droves for Haley Stevens. But what they fail to register, often by design, is that the non-college educational attainment of the black voting bloc that went for Haley Stevens has nothing to do with their current status in the labor force. As a matter of fact, it's probably more likely that they have a higher degree of wealth, okay, because they are more likely to be homeowners than the younger black voters, okay, which obviously swung to Abdul, and less likely to be in the labor force in general. That's it. That is the interesting predicament here. So the way that we perceive the moderates or the true working class is actually totally wrong. It's totally wrong. It's boomers. Boomers are the ones that voted for Haley Stevens broadly, right? And boomers love to vote. They love to vote in the primaries. They love to vote in the general. And they hate the Republican Party, and they will always vote against the Republican Party, especially black boomers are the most reliable voting bloc for the Democrats, right? Those guys are not going to, sit this one out. They're going to vote for Abdul al-Sayed. They don't want Mike Rogers. But what you have to remember is, and I hate to say this because, people love to live in this fantasy land, but those guys are retirees, okay? The black boomer voting bloc is oftentimes used as a talking point to say this is the true working class. And perhaps, 30 years ago, they were. They were the union labor force, the backbone of the UAW pre-NAFTA, 100%. Here's another truth nuke for you. Many people don't realize that the unionized labor force in this country, is very diverse, not white, in the way that it's also fantasized about. As a matter of fact, there's a higher degree of labor union participation in the black working force in this country than the white labor force. Black people have a higher union density and higher union participation. But that's the thing. Yeah, black women make up a large percentage of the unionized labor pool today. Yeah. Nurses, teachers, healthcare sector jobs. People don't realize that. So our understanding of like college educated, overly educated white voters is totally silly. These are downwardly mobile, college educated millennials who are absolutely at the heart, at the epicenter of the working class right now. Okay? They are the American labor force. So, of course, they are voting alongside their class interests. They are far more representative of the labor force than, you know, former labor union, non-college degree having white and black boomers who are now retired and are more likely to own a home. So they have a little bit of equity, a lot more equity than or a lot higher likelihood to have some equity, some stake in the current economy than the younger college educated white and black voters. That's it. Do you understand? This is something that people perceive in the worst way possible. They're just wrong. They're totally wrong. So with that knowledge, now that you're equipped with that, you can interpret the results a lot better. Okay? You can actually figure out what part of the working class is actually voting for who. But let's get to some takes.
Fox News alert on a major race out of Michigan that could reset the race for November and the balance of power in the U.S. Senate. Abdul El-Sayed, age 41, ran for governor 8 years ago, unsuccessful against Gretchen Whitmer. This time, a winner against Haley Stevens. The Associated Press has made the call, and El-Sayed now will take his campaign head-to-head with the Republican Mike Rogers in November, and that will be one to watch. Wow. Dana's out today. I'm Bill Hemmer live here in New York City as we roll on, but waiting on it. Now we have it, Aish.
We have
What
it.
do you
It is
think?
a major shakeup, I think, for establishment Democrats who are backing Haley Stevens. I'm Aisha Husney. The other question is, how did the polls get it so wrong? This guy was up by double digits, Bill, and now we're looking at a 1-point lead, winning this primary by just 1 point. And is this a big wake-up call that El-Sayed needs to be more compromising, perhaps, from now on as he...
Like, why is the commentary... I'm sorry, but does it not alert you at all? Does it not alarm you at all that the commentary from Fox News is identical to CNN? This is what Neera Tanden is saying. Do you think these guys care about our move, our opposition, or do you think they're doing us a favor? Do you think they're doing us a favor and telling us what Abdul should do to win? And if you don't believe that, at all, why would you hear the exact same message coming from a Democrat and think, that's it, that's great. He's actually, these guys have our best interests in mind. It's very dumb. This is not even unsolicited advice. This is bullshit. This is actually the worst advice to give. They're masking it as though it's like sound, reliable information that they're delivering to their opposition. They're just doing us a solid, doing us a favor. Just stick to your principles and you will win. Okay? Stick to your principles and you will win. Here's my advice. Abdul El-Sayed should not compromise on Medicare for all. He should not compromise on punishing DTE. He should not compromise on the moratorium for data centers. He should not compromise on his position on Israel. He doesn't have to, because none of the positions that he delivered in the primaries were actually all that radical. None. They were very popular policies. So as long as he maintains his principled stance on these issues, he will comfortably win the victory. He will comfortably seize victory. Now, what should he do that he hasn't done so far? Consolidate the base. Go to the black neighborhoods, go to the rural neighborhoods, go to the areas where Haley Stevens overperformed. Absolutely. He should earn every single vote. You will never catch me telling a politician that I'm aligned with to not go out and win every single vote. It is not the voters' fault. I will never do the thing where I say, oh, well, campaigns can't fail. They can only be failed by the stupid voters. Like, they just don't understand it. No, it is always up to the campaign. It is always up to the candidate to ensure that no matter what the odds are, no matter what hurdles they are thrown, that they go out and they do the work and they put their policies in front of as many people as possible. Even if those voters are bigoted, even if those voters are Islamophobic, you can still win them over. Even if they go, hey, man, I've never thought that I'd vote for a man named Abdul. I don't like it. I heard you did 9/11. I heard you're Al-Qaeda. You tell them, look, man, that's not the case. And I'm pretty sure you probably know a lot of Abduls. I mean, we live in Michigan after all. Here's the reality. They're saying that about me because I speak out against Israel. I speak out against the money that we're sending to Israel because I want that money to be spent here in Michigan. Boom. That's how you win those guys over. You have to do that. There's no telling people to off, okay? There's no telling people to just say, you know, of course you're going to vote for me. What do you want, the Republican to win? That is not a way to secure a victory. And I am unbelievably confident that Abdul will do just that because he did just that in the primaries. Okay? He did that. Here's the other thing. Abdul knows that because his name is Abdul Rahman Mohammed Al Sayed. He loves this country and he grew up in this country and he was always an overachiever in this country with that name. So he knows what the hurdles look like. This is, in some instances, actually in many instances, why these candidates like Zoran are actually a lot better than an unassuming white boy. Because they have to be overachievers. You have to be exceptional. If your name is Barack Obama, you have to be exceptional, especially if you have the audacity to run for president as a black man whose middle name is Hussein. Okay? That's just the reality. And when I say exceptional, I'm not talking about like how he governed, right? I'm not talking about what Obama did as president. I'm talking about what it takes to get to that position with that background. Okay? Yeah. Don't make me point to the sign of the candidate that had dropped out with the white name defending, or the candidate who dropped out with the white name winning the race over the candidate with the Muslim name that Donald Trump had endorsed. That's how easy it is at times, especially on the Republican Party side. Understand? Let's continue.
He does have a lot of independents in that state, a lot of centrists in that state to win over if he's going to make it into the general.
So this is what he campaigned on: Medicare for all, no military aid to Israel, tax the rich, reform ICE, abolish the filibuster in the Senate if he wins, and campaign finance reform. So we've been watching Michigan, and this is the check mark we've been waiting for either Stevens or Syed. Mallory McMorrow dropped out of this race weeks ago. She picked up 4% of the vote. You see the margin? It's 1 percentage point. You just wonder, had she endorsed or not been in at all, or dropped out some time ago and her name did not appear on the ballot, maybe this would have been different. But here is the case now. Haley Stevens wrote a wave of support on behalf of AIPAC, upwards of $30 million to take down Syed, and Syed has defeated that brushback pitch against him in this campaign. And we talk about Wayne County. She won it by 6 points. That's Detroit. That's kind of where she needed to be. Up in Oakland County, she won it by almost 7 points. Pretty impressive where she needed to be. Macomb County up by 7.5 points where she needed to be. But Syed was driving up numbers in different parts of the state. Very good down here in Washtenaw for his campaign, almost 25 points in the victory. And out here in Grand Rapids, a bit of a surprise here in Kent County. He won the county by 61 points. A lot of smaller colleges in that part of the state. And really, this is, well, it used to be Gerald Ford country. But the demographics have changed in Michigan. That's where Ford's presidential library is. Been a hotbed for Republicans for a long time, and nobody knows that better than my guest right now, Ronna McDaniel, former head of the RNC. Ronna, what does this victory mean? Not in a blue dot district in New York City, but in a purple state of Michigan.
Oh, I think this is going to energize Republicans. Republicans who have been dormant a lot in the past few midterms, have sat out midterms, have not paid attention to the midterms, and suddenly they are awake and aware of the threat of the most dangerous ticket that Democrats have ever put forward. Not just with Syed. They have an attorney general nominee, a Soros-backed attorney general nominee named Ellie Savitt. Their Supreme Court nominees are radical. They are running on things like putting violent criminals back on the street. They have put violent criminals back on the street. So the ticket up and down on the Democrat side is very dangerous. And I think this might be the shot on the arm Republicans need to engage in a midterm where we haven't been engaging in the past 2 cycles.
Okay, Ron, I should have mentioned you're from Michigan, so you know the state very well.
Yeah.
Ronna, think about this right now in the battle for the Senate, okay? We've been using this in our power rankings for some time. Keep in mind, Democrats right now, they need to flip 4 seats that Republicans currently hold. But one of the seats that was leaning Democrat was Michigan. And like, how do you look at that right now? If this is considered maybe a toss-up or even a lean toward Republicans, that makes this challenge in Alaska, Iowa, Maine, and Ohio so much more difficult. But just take the Michigan case right now. If Mike Rogers were to take that seat from the Democrats,
It's not lost on me that the Fox News commentary is identical. Chat, it is identical. Put it side by side with CNN. Have a bunch of like centrist think tank assholes who have like worked on the Joe Biden campaign or whatever. And they're saying the exact same thing. Oh, don't you think Abdul's race is far too radical for Michigan? It's going to have actual consequences in Texas and all these other races. They're saying the exact same thing.
They need to go elsewhere in order to take control of the Senate. It seems at the moment that it's a much more difficult climb. How do you see it?
I absolutely agree. I mean, Chuck Schumer and the Democrat establishment, they were all in for Haley Stevens. She spent $60 million on TV. Syed spent $6 million on TV. And they wanted her to be their nominee because this disrupts their path to the Senate. And one other thing, Bill, Michigan's a straight party ticket state. So you go vote R at the top of the ticket. We're one of 8 that still employs this. This helps us with the House, too, in districts like Tom Barrett, where they elected a DSA candidate against him last night. So this is going to help us across the board, not just in Michigan, but nationwide for prospects for Republicans in these midterms.
Mike Rogers was on the air about 2.5 hours ago. Now, this is what his race was against Alyssa Slotkin. He lost, but only lost by 0.3 percentage points. It was that close. And Ronna, many people are saying that the reason it was that close is because of what Donald Trump did all over in these rural areas in the Upper Peninsula. Do you think Mike Rogers runs this well in a race with Donald Trump's name not on the ballot?
When Donald Trump's on the ballot, more Michiganders turn out. It's just a fact. That's why it's harder in the midterms. That being said, Mike had a competitive
You're kind of wrong. CNN obscured the money. Fox is almost better. That's crazy.
Primary challenge last time. He didn't. The competitive primary challenge has been on the Dem side this time in August.
Yeah, which is precisely the reason why there's a lot of negative favorability for Abdul right now and none for Mike Rogers, because Mike Rogers went through the primary process with no attack ads whatsoever. So the current standing on the polls is going to flip dramatically, because here's what the Democrats are going to do. One, and I'm very glad that they did this, they are proving me wrong a little bit. I will admit that, okay? Democrats are far more locked in. than I gave them credit. So I will apologize to the centrist Democratic forces in the party. I was wrong. You actually do care about defeating Republicans, at least for the time being. My mistake. Thank you. Okay. Kamala Harris endorsement, immediately pulling her email list to fundraise for Abdul al-Sayed. Everyone is coalescing around him. Chuck Schumer came out and said, that's my guy. Kirsten Gillibrand, that's my guy. They did that. And I'm glad that they did. I was very worried. I was very, very worried that the centrist Democrat forces would probably lean into the negative sentiment around Abdul al-Sayed. They didn't even wait for it. Okay? Yeah. Like, I thought Haley Stevens especially would have been so like Israel first that she might have actually waited to endorse or never endorsed or something like that. No. Sammy is correct. Stevens is a Dem apparatchik. She obviously wouldn't endorse Rogers or sit it out. My real worry is if Stevens' rhetoric about Abdul al-Sayed caused like 2 to 5% of her voters to sit it out. Michigan is a close state. The margins count. Drew, I'm not owned is an annoying lib, but this is a funny observation. Pretty funny that this was roughly 1 trillion times more vitriolic than Texas. And she immediately endorses. Don't give these assholes credit for bare minimum. No. Look, I'm gonna keep it $1.50. That's crazy. Look, this is real talk time. Okay. I brought this up. I brought this up in the primaries. I was really worried that the centrist forces in the party were going to try to deliver a message that progressive left flank Bernie-crat style candidates can't win in swing districts. And in order to deliver that message, they were going to tank the race. That was my real fear. And that fear still very much remains for AIPAC. Because here's what AIPAC is going to do. AIPAC already understands this territory. They were in it. They were heavily involved. I worry that AIPAC is going to try to depress black voter turnout. Let's just openly talk about it. Okay? I worry that AIPAC's number one weapon to wield in the general election will be to spam unbelievable amounts of negative attack ads in black districts to try to stop black voters from turning out for Abdul al-Sayed. Now, of course, we have a weapon on our side. His name is Barack Hussein Obama. And I do predict, maybe I'm wrong, but Barack Obama will come out and endorse Abdul al-Sayed closer to the victory, and closer to the point of victory, and it will deliver a decisive blow. That's what I think is going to end up happening. But there is still absolutely an opportunity here for AIPAC. AIPAC will probably spend, like close to 100 million potentially, or the total expenditure in this race, if they're willing to fight for it, will be 100 million, perhaps even higher than that, especially considering that the primaries were around 64 million. Okay? AIPAC spent 34 million in the primary. They would easily double that in the general for Mike Rogers. And it matters. What they will try to do, if I'm AIPAC, what I would try to do is depress voter turnout in districts that Haley overperformed. Rural voters, like maybe a little bit more skittish, a little bit more worried about Abdul al-Sayed, really beef up the Islamophobia there. And then also try to do everything in my power to depress black voter turnout, which again, probably not going to happen. It's not going to be effective, but I think that's what they will try to do. Okay? Don't give them tips. Guys, are you crazy? You think AIPAC doesn't already know what they can possibly do? AIPAC has already vowed to go after Abdul. Okay? They already know where to spend and how to spend. Now, do you really think they'll just spam the terrorism button and win? Potentially. I don't think it'll be that successful, though. Especially because these boomers that voted for Haley Stevens voted for Haley Stevens not because they particularly loved Haley Stevens, but they are the most reliable voters and the most conservative voters, but not conservative on policy. Conservative as in like what they are worried would lead to a potential Republican victory. Okay? They're not conservative on the policy front. They don't really care about that as much as they care about electability. Okay? So I suspect that that ad spend is going to lead to limited success. Yes, they are risk averse, okay? They're risk averse voters. That's a better way to put it, not conservative. Adam Johnson says, the amount of money AIPAC is going to spend on Rogers is going to break records. It's going to be increasingly unhinged, racist, and sleazy. And it's going to put in stark relief why it's so obscene elite Dems refuse to denounce and indeed heavily rely on a GOP smear operation. Izzy says, Isaiah Breen, former flag for Ilhan Omar, Keith Ellison, says AIPAC is going to spend $1 billion on Mike Rogers, and I think the Democratic Party leadership is ultimately going to have to choose between Israel and winning the Senate. So far, so good. That was my fear. So far, the Democrats have absolutely outperformed my expectations. Immediate consolidation behind the winner, and immediate endorsements came in flying for Abdul al-Sayed. So far, so good. Actually, pretty great. The only people who are chirping on the sidelines are some of the consultants that are really fucking annoyed with me, and they just refuse to be graceful losers in this regard and lock in and hopefully push to defeat Mike Rogers. If they can maybe squeeze out like one scalp in this process, mine, then great. That's the best it's gonna get for them, right? That's what some of these consultants are working to do. But ultimately, the overwhelming majority of the centrist forces of power in this party, the establishment Democrats, very quickly consolidated support. So that's great. I think there's a stink in the air. Opportunists are starting to worry that Israel support is untenable. If they couldn't win Michigan swing state with 70 million, that money is useless. It was still pretty meaningful. The overperformance of Haley Stevens showed that it was still a meaningful amount of money. Dan Pfeiffer. My biggest concern prior to this morning was el-Sayed winning with grace and the party reuniting, and I'm pleased to see that Haley, Gresham Whitmer, and Mallory McMorrow all doing exactly what needs to be done. Dan Pfeiffer says the Michigan primary is finally over, even though the margin was very close. The fact that Abdul al-Sayed overcame 60 million in super PAC ads and the entire Dem establishment is an incredible feat, but he has a lot of work to do. Here are some thoughts on what he has to do. Let me start by saying that there's no question in my mind that el-Sayed can win and is probably a slight favorite to do so at this moment, but there is risk and work to do. El-Sayed lost black voters big time to Stevens, and there's no path to victory without winning about 90% of those voters and generating high turnout. Building relationships in that community and understanding the resistance to his candidacy must be a top priority. The electorate in November is going to be older, less college educated, and more moderate. El-Sayed is going to need to become more broadly appealing. On some issues, he's going to need to meet the electorate halfway or find opportunities to show that he's not a doctrinaire leftist. I don't fully agree with that. I don't think these guys are as policy driven as they are driven by the risk of a Republican winning that seat, especially the black voters. I don't think he needs to change his policy platform because his policy platform is objectively popular amongst all of the base and even amongst independents, especially Israel. I think he just needs to do the Zoran method, which is lean into the black political establishment in Michigan. Hug and kiss them, get in there, do the work. Glad handling, shaking hands, saying, look, we're going to bring a lot of money to this district, bring a lot of money to your district. That's it. Because that's it. That is what I think played a far more significant role in Haley Stevens's margins than anything else. That, and of course, the ad spend. He also has a major ally on his side. His name is Donovan McKinney. Donovan is fantastic. Donovan is beloved by all, not only in his district, but in the state legislature, where he was prior to his victory last night over Shri Tanadar. Donovan's victory is huge. Donovan's victory is huge for black politics in the state of Michigan, because Detroit, the district that Donovan is now going to oversee, is a black district. And the fact that it was occupied by Shri Tanadar, who was objectively awful, and on top of that, not black, that matters. Representational politics absolutely matters. So that was huge. Now, of course, you'll never hear that from the New York Tandons of the world, who like to present me as this like out-of-touch white guy or whatever, when I have, at this point, flipped a bunch of districts from the hands of white Democrats into the hands of young black Democrats. Ironically enough, we have done that. Oliver Larkin being the only white boy Only quirked up white boy that I've worked with this cycle so far. Literally. And I guess, I mean, I can't even say Will Lawrence because like I endorsed them, but I didn't really do anything with them. But yeah, that's huge. That's big. So
now they've got to unite and try and mobilize. And let's see if these Haley Stevens voters come out for Al-Sayed. It has expanded the Republican map on who we can reach. I know, Bill, even in this primary, Republicans were crossing over to vote for Haley Stevens. They were that afraid of Al-Sayed. I was knocking doors over the weekend in high propensity Republican areas, and they were skipping the Republican primary altogether, because in Michigan you can do that, and they were pulling a Democrat ballot to vote for Haley Stevens. That's how afraid of Al-Sayed they were. So I think this absolutely puts Mike on the map.
So he has campaigned with Hasan Piker, right? Hasan Piker said America deserved 9/11. I'm from Ohio. I don't think Michigan's that different from Ohio.
No.
I don't know how it's going to fly, but go ahead and roll this. Soundbite number 3. Watch here.
Do you see a progressive lane materializing that goes through Michigan for 2028 after tonight?
Absolutely. But it's not just Michigan. This is just the beginning. These are never supposed to be swing states, and they will never be swing states ever again if I have something to do with it. We will hopefully continue this movement all across the United States of America. We'll go to every single state.
So here's what's going to happen, Ronna. Every Democrat's going to be asked whether or not they can support this. It's already happening, even before the vote yesterday.
Yeah, how'd that work out? How'd that work out? I'm telling you right now, man, I don't overestimate the amount of influence I have. These guys do, okay? I have my pocket. Activist base, door knockers, canvassers, and we can do fundraisers. I can get a lot of excitement. I can draw turnout from the under 45 demographic. A lot of disillusioned voters, a lot of low propensity voters turned high propensity voters. That's what I'm capable of doing, and that is what we delivered in the primaries. And that is what we can deliver in the general too. Okay? The calculation from campaigns now is that good enough with the additional associations that will lead to additional negative ad spend? Okay, that's it. That's literally it. That's all I'm capable of doing. I can't give you 65-year-olds. As a matter of fact, your association with me might even hurt the 65-plus-year-old demographic in the long run, because then all of a sudden with this dangerous radical, you know? And you got to win those boomers over. I have a theory for how we can win those boomers over. I have a theory for how we can win those boomers over with the youth turnout. Okay? Nah, the olds love you when they see you. It's weird. No, I mean, for sure. But I'm saying like the olds that are mostly seeing, not me, but a very negatively framed version of me.
Democratic congresswoman running in Kent County that I just showed, and she said there's no way I can get behind Syed.
Right.
And she's Democrat now. Now, yesterday we
see, that's the thing. That's the thing. This is like there are haters in our ranks. Notice how whenever someone comes out and says, yeah, that's actually a bad association, immediately it's weaponized by the Republicans. This is why you can't. This is why you have to have discipline. This is why you have to abide by the party line. Okay? You can't be out here doing that. You can't be out here saying like, oh, I'm a centrist Democrat and I think Abdul is a bridge too far. That must be punished. Okay? If there's one Marxist-Leninist doctrine that the Democratic Party should deploy, it's that. Okay? Follow the party line. Sure, we'll have robust democracy, a robust democratic back and forth internally within the party. But once that's over, once the winner is declared, no more factionalism. It's over. Abide by the party line. That's it.
We had Debbie Dingell on. I've known Debbie Dingell for decades, and she took a different position. She said, if Syed wins, we must get behind him because we have to take back the Senate. I know Debbie Dingell is a friend of Israel. These are cross currents that I don't think the party has seen or experienced just yet. And we're about to find out how it goes. How do you see that one?
And he barely won, Bill. So this was going to be this runaway train, and he barely won. And you know what he did? He doubled down on his extreme rhetoric because he brought Hasan Piker into campaign with him in the closing days. He brought this guy who said we deserve 9/11 into campaign with him. This is who al-Sayed is. But I want to do a little cautionary tale here. Republicans can't just say socialism or communism. We need to call these people what they are. They're anti-America. They are running on an agenda.
Wow, I thought communism alone was enough. I wonder why Ronna McDaniel is now saying, yeah, just simply like saying communism or socialism is not enough. Now you got to say it's anti-America. That's good. Interesting. Perhaps Ronna McDaniel has seen the polls that we've seen, which show that Gen Z is actually positive on communism.
To get rid of our Constitution, the socialist movement, to get rid of the U.S. Senate. They are saying, Syed has said, Gaza is more important than Detroit. Okay.
He's never said that.
Okay, this is what we have to fight. And where he had huge wins last night, big margins, Washtenaw County, where University of Michigan is, Ingham County, where Michigan State is. You mentioned Kent County, where, a lot of universities are. Those college kids are not on campus right now. School hasn't started. So that is where they're going to be. And we as Republicans can't just use platitudes like socialism. We need to show people how scary this ticket is, because if he gets in, this is the new movement for the Democrat Party, and it's scary for our country.
Okay. Ronna, thanks for coming on. Ronna McDaniel, appreciate it. We'll stay in contact. And also right now, the Associated Press is making another call, Aisha. In the city of Detroit, a congressional district number 13, Donovan McKinney has now been declared
my
the winner.
goat.
Donovan McKinney was backed by the DSA. Syed was backed by the DSA also, but he's considered a progressive, not a member of the DSA
Says he's not a
party
socialist.
per se. Right, correct on that. So in three, let's call it 3.5 races yesterday, Cori Bush lost in St. Louis, so you're 0 for 1.
Progressive.
But you got a progressive who has now been declared a winner in Detroit, so now you're 1-1. You had another progressive in the middle part of the state, Congressional District 7, who won. So you're now 2-1. And Syed, we'll give him a half point because it's kind of going halfway, shall we say. So it's 2.5 to 1 based on the results from last night between Missouri and Michigan. So be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest.
The race for Michigan's open Senate seat was
Schumer dodges on support for far left Dem and key race. No, he doesn't. No, he said, yeah, we're ready to beat Mike Rogers. That's what he said. In response to this from Mike Johnson, Mamdani congratulates Abdul al-Sayed for his Michigan victory. He said he's spoken with al-Sayed a few times over the past several years. He can lift a lot more than I can, he says. I don't think in any way this man is a mini Mamdani.
Let's take a stand and fight to protect the greatest nation in the history of the world from being overrun by mini Mamdanis. So,
a lot of characters.
Yeah.
You must have the pro account. Well, I'm assuming that's in response to Abdul al-Sayed's victory yesterday evening. And first, I'd just like to congratulate Dr. Abdul al-Sayed on his victory. He ran a campaign where it was best described by his words of money out of politics, money in your pocket, Medicare for all. And if those simple commitments and beliefs are what drives Representative Johnson to these kinds of conclusions, I think it shows you how deeply out of touch the Republican Party is with the concerns of working class Americans. Because what we have seen is, despite him facing more than $60 million in outside spending, he was able to prevail with a focus on a cost of living crisis and the way in which healthcare is exceedingly out of reach for those who have helped to make this country what it is.
You get mentioned in all the Fox News segments, I believe. I mean, that's not surprising. Guys, I said this last night, and I've said it before jokingly, but it's becoming real. Yes, the Republican midterm strategy is to just say DSA, Hasan Piker, communism, radical Islamic style terrorism, Al-Qaeda, 9/11. That's it, which is good for us. It's good. This is not a bad thing. It's just what you do with that message. How you take that message and flip it back on his head. is how you win. Oh my God. Oh wow. What an ad. What an ad. Oh, that's so good. Oh, shout out Chuck Schumer. Shout out Senate Majority PAC. You did the damn thing. You did the hey, you did the damn thing. Oh my God. This is catnip for the boomers. Oh my God. Run this in every district. Every district where they're like, man, that Abdul guy, I heard a lot about this Abdullah. Yeah, this is Abdullah. This is Abdul Rahman. Abdul Ramon? What the hell kind of Mexican Muslim man kind of name is that? What do you mean, Abdul Ramon? What state do you think this is? What do you mean? Yeah, no, this is... Oh my God, this is going to go so hard. Oh my God. Wow. You're one of Abdul's OG TikToks. There are more people that have $10 million in net worth in the United States of America than there are people who can bench 225. Push, 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 push.
Thanks, man.
Give me one.
1, 2, 3. I got it.
Come on. Come on. Come on.
315 for 1. 315, Habibi.
That was good. That was really good. That was very impressive. That was very impressive. Well, you gotta pull them up.
Here,
Give the people what they want. Come on.
I mean,
Come on.
I mean, it's not that kind of show, man. It's not that kind of show.
Come on.
I want them to want me for my policy, man.
It's so funny that the Democrats literally were like, we need more bro energy. We need more alpha energy. We need to like appeal to the fucking youth with like, we need to be where the youth are. And it's so funny that like, he just organically is that. And to a certain degree, I'm organically that as well. And they literally used that as a way to be like, he's sexist. He's too much of an alpha bro. This fucking sucks. Like the most shameless shit I've ever seen. Yeah, they wanted Pete, not you. Yeah, but Pete Buttigieg is not that. He's not him. You know what I mean? I'm sorry. No disrespect. Like you have to make sure that it's organic. You can't just like develop that. You know what I mean? Occurs to me that Al-Sayed, who does WWF promo level mockery of his opponents, campaigns in a tight black tee, and invites reporters to watch his lift, is channeling the alpha energy that Lisa Slotkin wished into the universe. Yeah, monkey's paw curls, dude. Literally. My mom said, I love Schumer's ad. He got me. My mom approves. I approve as well. That Chuck Schumer ad is beast mode. Being physically fit has no political affiliation. I agree. Yeah. It's the same with like the Democratic Party literally left the 2024 election going, we need a Joe Rogan to the left. Is Hasan Piker or Joe Rogan to the left? And then they were like, never mind. We actually don't want Hasan Piker to be anywhere near the Democratic Party. We don't want him. We hate the Joe Rogan to the left, it turns out. It's really bad. Okay? And the same goes for like, oh, we need an alpha guy. Like we need a guy who, you know, works out and can appeal to the fucking youth and get the bro vote and get the disillusioned, disaffected, you know, young voters back to the Democratic Party line. And it's like, you got it, but you hate it.
Last night's marquee matchup, a lot closer than we all thought. At this hour, progressive Abdul El-Sayed is clinging to a 1-point lead. That's it, just 1 point. Michigan's largest county is still tallying the votes. We'll have more on that in just a second.
So we'll take you to the board and show you where it stands in a moment. All
right, we're going to skip this one.
Now this. I got to give a special...
GOP sounds alarm on DSA policy after El-Sayed's primary victory. All right, let's see the malding. Let's see the hogwash now.
Thank you to my first endorsers. Bernie Sanders, the OG who came in on day one. We're going to build a movement that reaches out to everybody. Mike Rogers is a guy whose politics and vision and perspective are old. Is he MAGA? Is he neocon? Nah, man, he's just a corporate sellout.
Abdul El-Sayed delivering another big win for the Democrat Party's left flank, capturing Michigan's high-stakes Senate primary and opening up to new party infighting.
I mean, he has like a little man syndrome kind of energy. Yeah, well, I can't come together with someone if you are willing to embrace people that loves Hamas or that thinks America deserved 9/11. I think that's reasonable.
El-Sayed today called for party unity, even as he continues to appear with far-left activist Hasan Piker, who is now attacking El-Sayed's critics in vulgar terms.
Here's the take nuke for you, okay? You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of okay? You literally called the dude a terrorist.
Our senior national correspondent Rich Edson is reporting live on all of this.
No notes. It's true. Every single consultant, Every single consultant that said Abdul's unelectable, his policies are too radical, every single consultant leaned into it. Every single one is true. Is true. Now, of course, people turned around and said, like, oh, Hasan is like yelling at the voters. I would never do that. I never will. And I wasn't doing that there either. Okay? Mike called you out for that? For what? Michael from Florida was woke 1.0 about this morning. You were cooking why they ended there? Yeah. You yell at the chatters, which is understandable. No, like my point was there are a lot of these people who straight up leaned into the Islamophobic lines of attack. Okay. And then turned around and then made it seem like Abdul had to kiss the fucking ring. He doesn't have to kiss your ring. He has to kiss the feet of the voters. Okay. That's all he has to do. Clip chimpable event could be used towards voters, not consultants. I know. Not everything from my stream has to be clipped and blasted on the timeline, even if we think that it's like a defensible sentiment. It doesn't matter. It's like we have to angle those clips to the best of our ability for the masses if we're going to clip those things, to be like Hasan delivers a rebuke to the consultants. I love Hasan and understand how he's feeling, but we need to be magnanimous in victory. Spiking the football is only appropriate in races where we have it locked up. In swing seat, we need every Stevens voter. Yeah, I wasn't even talking about the Stevens voter. Stevens voters, and even Michael from Pennsylvania, also known as Michael from Taiwan, not Beijing, misunderstood the point I was making. Yeah, the bots and most racist people are in the quote tweet straight up lying, but we can call it lying because we've already debunked their uncommitted bullshit, but they're still at it. At some point, we have to admit that those are bigoted extremists and work to protect our coalition. Yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. And Ruva, who is far more considerate and far more careful in the language that she uses, also identified it. Okay? You will never catch me yelling at the voters. Okay? You say it at the end of that clip. Yeah. I'm talking about lock in to the consultant class in DC, to the media class who may favor a Democratic Senate majority. It's time to lock in. He was saying you were right, but it wasn't useful. He was trying to say, be magnanimous in victory, be a bridge building factory. I mean, I'll be a bridge building factory. Well, I'll be the factory, dude. I'll lay the bricks down to build that bridge with whoever wants me to do it. Dude, it's funny because like here's the interesting part. I was already in these districts stumping for Donovan. So I was already trying to court voters anyway. It's not like it's not like I wasn't doing that already. And I will continue. And we won in those districts for Donovan. So it's not even a thing. You know what I mean? I was already doing the work before the general.
Louisville, Michigan. Hey, Rich.
And good afternoon, Sandra. Well, Michigan Democrats say they are united behind Abdul al-Sayed after his unexpectedly narrow victory over Congresswoman Haley Stevens. We were at a press conference earlier today with al-Sayed in downtown Detroit, where he acknowledged the pretty nasty primary he just went through.
You heard about the historic turnout. Sometimes, intra-family squabbles are the biggest ones. But we all know that when we walk out the house, we stand united. And sometimes we got to have it out about the conversation about who we are and who we want to be.
Well, he had it out with Stevens. She released a statement today saying, quote, I am proud to offer my support as he takes on Mike Rogers. Donald Trump and Mike Rogers want us to come out of this primary tired and divided so their billionaire backers can come in and let multimillionaire Mike Rogers walk away with this Senate seat. During their primary campaign, Haley Stevens called al-Sayed's rhetoric divisive and said that he wanted to blame all his problems on Jewish Americans with his focus on criticizing Israel's government and AIPAC spending on this race. She also criticized al-Sayed for hanging out Monday night at a pool party with influencers like controversial progressive commentator Hasan Piker. Piker was also at al-Sayed's party last night. Referring to Piker, Stevens yesterday said, we don't need demagogues or people citing allegiance to Chairman Mao coming into Michigan. Republican candidate Mike Rogers says on all...
So that fucking pool party, dude, holy shit. I mean, look, I'm not gonna lay any fault in anybody's hands here, okay? But god damn, they got a lot of fucking mileage out of that shit. Oh my lord. And it's so funny because like I was there for 5 minutes, bro. I spent the overwhelming majority of my time door knocking and canvassing. Okay? I was doing the damn thing that I'm supposed to be doing. And it's clear that it's not like I was ready for a pool party. It's not my pool party. And I certainly wasn't ready for a pool party. I wasn't even dressed in pool party attire. You can see it in the photos.
This quote, the choice in November is simple, common sense or complete insanity. Abdul isn't just another liberal. He is an extremist. This morning, al-Sayed challenged Rogers to 5 debates in the next 13 weeks until Election Day.
Oh, hell yeah. Also, what's really funny about liberals who go, see, Abdul, you have to moderate. You're too radical. What's really funny about that narrative is they call Haley Stevens a socialist, man. Like, they would have called Haley Stevens a radical socialist anyway. And it's not even a speculation. Donald Trump did that. Donald Trump did that shit. Yesterday, Donald Trump came out and was like, Haley Stevens is a socialist and Abdul's a communist.
Sandra?
Rich, that gives us a lot to talk about. Thank you very much. John?
All right, Sandra, let's bring in Indiana Republican Senator Jim Banks. Senator Banks, great to see you this afternoon. So al-Sayed race running away with it with a 10.2% advantage in the Real Clear Politics average. But he beat Haley by only a single point. A lot of people are saying that that's almost a loss for al-Sayed. What do you think?
What? Why? No one is saying that. Why would that be a lot, bro? What are you saying? You know, I know he overcame $64 million, 10-to-1 ad spend, $34 million in AIPAC money. But, you know, that victory is actually somehow a loss. Is there ever a moment when the left wins where the left loses, they're like, well, this is a big loss for the left. The left wins and they're like, this is a big loss for the left. Okay.
Well, yes, all of the pundits thought this race would be a landslide victory for al-Sayed, and it wasn't. But I think that's because Michigan is a blue-collar, working-class state. You have a lot of union Democrats, factory workers that live in that state that don't want to vote for a guy like Abdul Rahman al-Sayed, who wants to take away their gun rights. He wants to...
Well, not even. Just really hitting that, huh?
He wants to codify Roe v. Wade and overturn the...
Yeah, famously, labor union rank and filers hate codifying Roe v. Wade. What the fuck? That's awesome.
Jobs decision. He wants to abolish ICE. And a lot of the working class families in Michigan, just like in Indiana and around the country, these families just want to keep these men and women just want to keep their families safe. And al-Sayed wants to abolish ICE and allow the drug cartel gangs to take over the streets of cities in Michigan. You look at the extreme positions that al-Sayed has staked out, and if he would happen to win in November, he would be the most extreme Democrat, radical United States senator that we've ever had. He would make Bernie Sanders look squishy with the positions that he's staked out. And already this morning, he's trying to moderate and change his tune, but look at what he said throughout the campaign. His rhetoric is dangerous, his policies, his positions are extreme and dangerous. And
This is why moderating on your positions is dumb as fuck, by the way. This is why. Just run on your positions. Don't try to fucking moderate to like a fake audience. Because even if you're not doing that, but if you're perceived as like changing your tone, they punish you for it. And then you look squishy, then you look wishy-washy, then you look like you got caught being a hypocrite.
I have never felt better, up to this point, I have never felt better about Republicans keeping, if not growing, the majority in the United States Senate than how I feel today after watching al-Sayed win this Michigan Democrat primary.
All right, well, we will see how it all turns out in November. But, you know, you say despite his controversial record, establishment Democrats like Debbie Dingell, moderate of moderates, say they're going to get behind him. Listen to what she said earlier today.
Abdul was very good at meeting with people, talking to people. We didn't see Haley that much, quite frankly. The kids can't even afford to rent, and the kids that are graduating can't find jobs. That's a problem. They want to make enough money to put food on the table, go to the grocery store. They can't.
Now, Debbie Dingell is a huge supporter of Israel, but yet she's willing to give al-Sayed a pass on all that.
Yeah, al-Sayed wouldn't even acknowledge and say whether...
Yeah, I wonder why. Yeah, I wonder why Dingell heads rise up. I wonder why Debbie Dingell doesn't give a shit about Israel in the fucking Senate majority calculation. Perhaps it's because she's not a politician from Tel Aviv, but instead a politician from Michigan. so funny. They're like, I can't believe it. Debbie Dingell is a huge supporter of Israel. What is going on? It's like, yeah, I don't know. Maybe because she's an American politician in fucking in Michigan. Maybe perhaps that's the reason.
They're not Israel had a right to exist. But you hear Debbie Dingell and other Michigan Democrats around the country, they are afraid of the DSA wing, the radical extreme wing of the Democrat Party. And that's why they're going to support a very flawed extreme candidate to their own detriment. And this isn't just about Michigan. This is about the whole country and what the Democrat Party has become in America as we head into this midterm election. That's what this is all about.
Dude, they keep giving us such amazing breaks here. And if we don't weaponize this, we're fucking stupid. Just play this shit over and over again and be like, Republicans are not America first, they're Israel first. Like, Republicans literally care about Israel more than they care about America. Democrats are the only party that actually places America over the interests of Israel. It's very clear. Look at Donald Trump's agenda. We have to fucking lean into it, man. I don't know what the hell. God, it's just so tough because, I mean, look at the money cannon that AIPAC dropped. But it's just crazy to me. Just say we're the Israel, we're not the Israel first party. The Republicans are.
About the extreme positions of the radical left versus Republicans who are trying to make life better for working class families, the Trump tax cuts, the work that we've done to bring down the cost of living in America, the focus on that. And these extreme Democrats are focused on just the opposite.
So, El-Sayed was walking hand in hand with Bernie Sanders, but Bernie Sanders even goes so far as to say he does not agree with El-Sayed's position on 9/11, but he's still willing to back him. Listen to this exchange.
Piker has said America.
What, dude, what? Bro, are they doing this on purpose, or do you think these guys are like that racist where they just like say, what is happening? Abdul is me now? What the fuck? Bernie didn't even fucking say anything about Abdul El-Sayed or anything like that. Bernie just said like he doesn't agree with my comment on 9/11, which was misconstrued anyway, and it was misconstrued fucking 8 years ago. What the fuck?
Deserved 9/11. Are you comfortable with that association?
No, I am not. I think that's a dumb statement. On the other hand, he has a whole lot of followers, and there's a lot of things that he's saying that are making sense to a lot of people. I think, we have to get above cancel culture.
Yeah, it's ironic because it was Democrats who invented cancel culture. And Bernie Sanders has got a track record, let's go back to Maine and Grand Platner, of backing some very controversial candidates. But on certain issues, very important issues, he's willing to turn a blind eye, he's willing to look the other way just to win a seat.
Yeah, El-Sayed would be the most extreme senator ever. And
bro, this is a little bit shocking that even Fox News is doing like the, that was a clip chimp. That's on purpose. They're purposefully saying this game of telephone has moved from Hasan did 9/11, Hasan loves 9/11 to actually Abdul El-Sayed loves 9/11 and did 9/11. What the fuck is happening, dude? They're doing the shit that like those clip accounts do on Twitter, where they just will take a clip and then post a totally separate description, or sometimes the opposite description, and then everyone responds. All the bots respond to the description instead. But now they're doing it at Fox News.
Contrast that with Mike Rogers, by the way. Mike Rogers is a patriot. He served in the United States Army. He served in Congress, dedicated his life to public service, served in the FBI, has an extraordinary track record, and barely lost.
Yeah, they're framing this as like the terrorists versus the Department of Justice. Like, it's not even a secret. They're literally like, oh, this guy, yeah, he's the Muslim killer versus the scary Muslim.
In the last election to Alyssa Slotkin, who ran as a moderate. El-Sayed is running as an extreme DSA type Democrat, a radical Democrat.
What's going to happen when the margin of victory for Abdul El-Sayed is far larger than Alyssa Slotkin's margin of victory against Mike Rogers? Following Rogers caught and inaccurately attributes the America deserved 9/11 line to El-Sayed, not Piker, who said it. I don't think Republicans are in a PolitiFact watching mood here, more of a make the SOB deny it mood. Yeah, they went from Abdul. Dude, they're so racist, brother. What the fuck? This is crazy. Trump attacked Abdul.
Filth, crime, death, destruction, embarrassment. You lose your home, you lose your apartment. And that's where the communists will take us 100%. When I watch Abdul, he's full of shit. Filth, crime, death, destruction, embarrassment. you lose your home.
It sucks that our president is a pedophile. Like, what can you do?
Big difference. I have a great feeling about Mike Rogers.
Yeah, I know. Caitlin Collins is going to have Abdul on at 6 p.m. Pacific time in approximately 3 hours. I can't believe our president is saying shit like this.
Winning Michigan and winning it in a big way.
All right, we'll see. The Real Clear Politics average at the moment, I know it's just a snapshot in time, has only got Rogers ahead by 0.3 of a percentage point, but we'll see. We got a long time between now and November. It is kind of rushing at us at 100 miles an hour. Senator, always good to catch up with you. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
All right, now this.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Right, tonight, if the polls are accurate, Abdul is the edge big time in Michigan's Democratic Senate primary. Remember, this is a Democratic primary. You usually have, well, more activists on both the Republican side and the Democratic side voting in a primary. And while El Sayed often puts a cheerful face, his policy beliefs, they are dark, they are scary. At the core of his platform is at its core, a platform of obsessive dislike of Israel, the world's only Jewish state, along with American Jews who support Israel. In fact, he refuses to say whether Israel should even exist. El Sayed seems to bring up Israel and AIPAC constantly, leaving one.
This is so good. This is so fucking good for us, dude. Them panicking about Israel is so fucking good for us because, again, unbelievably unpopular, only slated to get worse. Like, it is the best issue for us. It's the best issue for us because it's also increasingly less popular in the Republican Party as well. So every time they fucking cook on this shit, like it's the equivalent of like, it's a layup. It's easy money. It's the equivalent of them complaining that Abdul El-Sayed is like too anti-data center or anti-flock cameras or some shit. You know what I mean?
Reverend to openly wonder if El Sayed even cares more about the West Bank than the west side of Detroit. And to make matters worse, El Sayed, well, of course, we've been talking about it. He's very good buddies with radical socialist Hasan Piker, the guy that, as Kevin Corke told you, said that America deserved 9/11. Clearly does not like Israel, features framed images of our Twin Towers burning on his podcast. In fact, according to FoxNews.com, just last night on election eve, Piker and El Sayed, they were partying together. El Sayed is happy to have Piker's support. Take a look.
Was campaigning with him a good idea?
Look, I want to reach out to his viewers. He has a 3 million person platform, and there are things that Hasan and I disagree with, if you watched any of our content together. And there are things that he and I agree with. On the question of taking on the fascism of the Trump administration, we agree.
Now, it's not just a common hatred of President Trump. The pair of radicals agree on pretty much everything. Now, keep in mind that Hasan Piker hates America, wants to destroy capital.
I like that he has to like keep repeating that I hate America so that people don't forget like why they're supposed to hate me. Because even then, he understands that like most people in his audience still don't know who the fuck I am or why should they even care. It's like, no, you have to remember, we hate this guy, okay? We hate this guy. Why do we hate this guy? Because he hates America. A reminder to all, we hate this guy because he hates America.
Capitalism likes to dress up as Mao and constantly praising, one of the world's most violent dictators. But Abdul El-Sayed doesn't seem to mind. In fact, despite calling our duly elected president a fascist, El Sayed could not bring himself to say a bad word about the dead Ayatollah, the supreme leader, the Islamo-fascist dictator, who, by the way, murdered scores of Americans, Iraqis, and his own people in Iran. Take a look.
I also want to remind you guys that there are a lot of people in Dearborn who are sad today. So, I just don't want to comment on Khamenei at all. I don't think it's worth even touching that.
I don't think it's worth touching that, but Trump's a fascist. Okay, this is not someone interested in putting America first. Wait,
what do you mean? That low-key is the most American position. Yeah, he's talking about Trump being a fascist. And then being like, look, there's a lot of Americans that feel a different type of way about this religious figure. No, he doesn't agree with it. And in the broader context of the conversation, he's just saying like this is not a sad day because of the Ayatollah died. It's just a sad day because we've blown up a fucking school. Doubly sad because of those actions leading to global crisis that has negative consequences on Americans.
Atlantic put it, Abdul El-Sayed, he fuses two toxic ideologies together. And that is now commonplace in the Democratic Party. This includes an over-the-top anti-Israel obsession and, of course, democratic socialism. Like all other DSA-backed candidates, El-Sayed is vowing to eliminate private health insurance in favor of a...
Okay, I'm going to repeat this one more time. Abdul El-Sayed is not in any way, shape, or form affiliated with the Democratic Socialists of America. You can at least say, like, he's associated with me, but I am not associated with the Democratic Socialists of America. Did that work, you think? I am a member of the DSA. You guys should join DSA, though, of course, if you haven't already. I don't know what you're waiting for. I am an independent reporter in independent media, PBS, Piker Broadcasting Service. Some might say this is the propaganda mouthpiece of the Democratic Socialists of America, the movement, the organization. To them, I say, no, I'm just independent.
Single-payer system. Ask the people in Canada why they so often come to America for health care, even though it's free up there. And they have to wait, and it's inferior. And, of course, he wants that to cover illegal immigrants. Speaking of which, El-Sayed wants to abolish ICE, reduce military spending, seize the means of production of America's top tech companies, expand government handouts and taxes to every aspect of life. He wants a cradle-to-grave, womb-to-the-tomb ideology. These are extreme beliefs, but not in this modern democratic radicalized party. In fact, more than 250 democratic socialists already serve in public offices now all across our country. Now, 90% of them were elected since only 2019. So far in this year's primaries, 35 DSA members have already beaten establishment Democrats, and there are more to come, likely one tonight. In other words,
we're so fucking goated, dude. Holy shit.
The Democratic Party is quickly, as you once knew it, going extinct, is now being replaced by a group of extreme, American-hating, Israel-hating communists that would like to destroy our entire way of life and, frankly, remake America in an image you wouldn't recognize while China rules the world. And despite the extremely high stakes here, this is the best, establishment Democrats can do?
And you better believe I'm going to be doing it with a little bit of joy, a little bit of enthusiasm, a little bit of energy, and a little bit of stick it to them. Because that's the Michigan way. And I'm not supposed to pick up this microphone. I think it's just laying down. Did you want me to or no? What do you want me to do? Hold this? Holy smokes. I mean, if you can't hear me and you need the mic, I'll do it.
You will see darkness, you will be pushed, and our society needs you to stand together at this time. Our country loves you. To our doctors and our nurses, I wear these latex
The gentlelady's time has expired. The gentleman from Maryland is
Okay, then. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with me, Sean Hannity. The big interviews, the debates you won't get anywhere else.
Son of a bitch.
Abdul El-Sayed has really worked to embrace online influencers in this campaign, including some who have offended some mainstream Democrats. It's all part of an effort to try to reach a wider swath of voters in this election. In the days before the primary, El-Sayed attended a pool party for content creators, and at his campaign primary night event, there were a number of progressives with large online followings, including a few Democratic Socialist candidates. Now, notably, Hasan Piker, the progressive Twitch streamer.
Michigan is not a purple state. It's only considered a purple state because the establishment Democrats dropped the ball twice.
He was at El-Sayed's campaign headquarters on Tuesday night, live streaming to his thousands of followers. El-Sayed had faced some criticism in the past for campaigning with Piker, a progressive pro-Palestinian activist who in the past has said that Hamas is the lesser of evils compared to Israel, and also at one point said that America deserved 9/11. That's a comment that Piker later backed away from, saying that was inappropriate. But Piker told us that he hopes El-Sayed's campaign will send a message about the direction of the Democratic Party.
They might have the money, but we have the people, and as long as people are organized, they are virtually impossible to defeat.
Dr. El-Sayed defeating Congresswoman Haley.
Matt Iglesias, money just doesn't actually seem that important in elections, and the main thing that Democrats should take away from this is that they'd be well advised to spend less time kowtowing to their donors who are mostly extreme left-wing and out of touch with the electorate. What? How drunk were you in the interview? I wasn't drunk at all. I didn't drink at all. I drank like the 2 shots. That's it. Way before I went out, but I wasn't drunk. It was a dry event. Bro, he's trolling, right? Is he trolling? The CNN comment section was on your side. He's fucking okay. Well, before we get to Root Raj,
Abdul al-Sayed has really worked to.
Let's look at the comments. 70K. Too late for the smear jobs. No mention of AIPAC is everything you need to know. Notice the mainstream media won't mention AIPAC is the only reason this is closed. Fox is doing great reporting these days. Streamers and socialists, I think you mean Americans. CNN, hats off to you. You're very smartly worked your bias into your commentary. Damn. I feel like I'm being defended.
Defeating Congresswoman Haley Stevens, now setting his sights on the midterm election.
Okay, then. All right, thanks for watching. Check out my new podcast, Hanging Out with me, Sean Hannity. The big interviews, the debates you won't get anywhere else.
Son of a bitch.
Abdul al-Sayed has really worked to embrace online influencers in this campaign, including some who have offended some mainstream Democrats. It's all part of an effort to try to reach a wider swath of voters in this election. In the days before the primary, al-Sayed attended a pool party for content creators, and at his campaign primary night event, there were a number of progressives with large online followings, including a few Democratic Socialist candidates. Now, notably, Hasan Piker, the progressive Twitch streamer.
Michigan is not a purple state. It's only considered a purple state because the establishment Democrats dropped the ball twice.
He was at al-Sayed's campaign headquarters on Tuesday night, live streaming to his thousands of followers. Al-Sayed had faced some criticism in the past for campaigning with Piker, a progressive pro-Palestinian activist who in the past has said that Hamas is the lesser of evils compared to Israel, and also at one point said that America deserved 9/11. That's a comment that Piker later backed away from, saying that was inappropriate. But Piker told us that he hopes al-Sayed's campaign will send a message about the direction of the Democratic Party.
They might have the money, but we have the people, and as long as people are organized, they are virtually impossible to defeat.
Dr. al-Sayed defeating Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
Matt Iglesias, money just doesn't actually seem that important in elections, and the main thing that Democrats should take away from this is that they'd be well advised to spend less time kowtowing to their donors who are mostly extreme left-wing and out of touch with the electorate. What? How drunk were you in the interview? I wasn't drunk at all. I didn't drink at all. I drank like the 2 shots. That's it. Way before I went out, but I wasn't drunk. It was a dry event. Bro, he's trolling, right? Is he trolling? The CNN comment section was on your side. He's fucking okay. Well, before we get to Root Raj,
Abdul al-Sayed has really worked to.
Let's look at the comments. 70K. Too late for the smear jobs. No mention of AIPAC is everything you need to know. Notice the mainstream media won't mention AIPAC is the only reason this is closed. Fox is doing great reporting these days. Streamers and socialists, I think you mean Americans. CNN, hats off to you. You're very smartly worked your bias into your commentary. Damn. I feel like I'm being defended.
Defeating Congresswoman Haley Stevens, now setting his sights on the midterm election, face Republican Mike Rogers. Here's a look at the results in that Democratic primary. Dr. Abdul al-Sayed getting just over 48% of the vote. Haley Stevens getting 47%. It was a tight race. And look at this. Mallory McMurrow, who had suspended her campaign weeks ahead of the election, still received 4% of the vote as well. Dr. al-Sayed greeting his supporters this morning at the Spirit of Detroit alongside McMurrow, who actually officially endorsed him and introduced him. The race remained close throughout election night. Al-Sayed holding a narrow lead overnight, but wasn't declared the winner until this morning. Stevens called al-Sayed to concede and in a statement said she would back the campaign. The race had become contentious at times, with policy toward Israel thrust into the spotlight. Today, Dr. al-Sayed had this message to Stevens' Jewish supporters.
To my Jewish American sisters and brothers, one of the most indelible memories of this campaign will have been the opportunity to break bread with you at Seder, to worship with you at Shul, to be embraced by you. And listening to sisters and brothers who said, you know, I want to join this movement because AIPAC doesn't speak for me. Because I understand that self-determination for one people does not require the quenching of self-determination for another people. That unless all of us are free, none of us are free. I want to tell you the great gift that you've given me. And to all of my sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith, or any faith at all or no faith at all, I want you to know that my commitment to your safety, my commitment to Jewish safety, is the same commitment that I have to the safety of my own daughters.
Meantime, Mike Rogers responding to al-Sayed's victory, saying in a statement, quote, Abdul doesn't represent a vision for the future. He's leading a movement grounded in ideological fanaticism.
I do wonder, like, will there ever be a point where, because the thing is, Jews are super woke in their voting patterns for the most part, like 75% Democratic Party, one of the most like liberal demographics in the country, right? So I wonder if there's like a point where they'll be like, why are all of these people that we would otherwise like, that we would otherwise agree with, constantly saying that they just like don't fuck with Israel, but they're also simultaneously constantly telling us like they don't hate us. Like, will there be a moment? Like, I talked to the Jewish Telegraphic Agency last night. I don't know if you guys heard. I don't know how much of that conversation you picked up, and I don't know if JTA actually wrote about it. But I had like a 10-minute convo with them where I was just like, look, man, I understand, and Abdul talks about this too. Like, we're Muslim American. Like, we understand what it's like to be discriminated against, you know, without knowing anything about us. You said DSA's roots were primarily Jewish old men. No, I said our opposition to Israel is one that is born out of our desire for a more equitable and just outcome for all peoples, which is, dare I say, the Jewish tradition of resistance towards violence, resistance towards fascism. That's what I said. You look super depressed. Are you okay? Dog, he's in his 30s and he didn't get sleep before his flight. Bruh, oh my God. What the fuck does me being in my 30s have to do with that? What the hell? Yo, that's ageism.
Would make our communities less safe and our state less affordable, end quote. Joining us now live via Zoom, we welcome the Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate exclusively here at 5, Dr. Abdul al-Sayed. And Dr. Sayed, it's good to see you. The last time we talked was on the debate stage here at Fox 2. And here you are as a victor.
That's the Baltimore Maoist Roop Raj.
Your thoughts moving forward into tonight and into the rest of the race?
Well, Roop, it's an honor to be with you again, an honor to speak with the viewers of your channel, and grateful to be able to speak as the Democratic nominee for U.S. Senate here in Michigan. We've got an opportunity in this race to continue to build forward, to get money out of politics, put money in pockets, and pass Medicare for all. If you, like me, believe that gas shouldn't be so expensive, that groceries should be more affordable, that you should be able to see a doctor in the richest, most powerful country in the world, and that your taxes should be spent on you and your kids instead of sent somewhere else to fight wars or do even worse things, I hope that you see a future in this movement. We know that it's been a contentious.
Oh, JT, I put my quote in there. Hasan Piker, the influential left-wing streamer and strident Israel critic, who's campaigning with al-Sayed this spring, touched off a firestorm of controversy, was present and live streaming from the scene. When asked by the JTA what he would say to Jewish voters who feel al-Sayed does not share their concerns about anti-Semitism, Piker replied, Abdul al-Sayed definitely cares about anti-Semitism. Look, we're Muslim Americans, okay? This is something that we deeply understand. That's part of the reason why it makes it all the more sad that there's so much crosstalk and so much misinformation out there, Piker continued. We oppose Israel in somewhat of a Jewish tradition of anti-fascism. It's nothing different. It has nothing to do with Jewish people at all, and everything to do with all the harm that has happened so far. I did that for the bubala, okay? I did that for like the aunties. Like, I feel like if an auntie reads that, you know what I mean? Like, I feel like an auntie is going to read that and be like, oh, I actually kind of understand what he's saying. You know what I mean? I don't know. I don't know if you guys actually clocked it, but I give very different answers to different outlets. I mean, it's the same answer, but I choose my language very carefully. No, it's not a private and a public opinion. No. Like, when I was talking to the National Review, I talked about the populist rage that Trump was able to capture and how now that populist rage is on our side because the Republicans haven't put America first as Trump claimed he would. I did notice that. Are you speaking from experience here? Are there things you've worded badly in the past? Oh, good one, chatter. Good one. Bubbies for Hasan when? Also, why are you dressed like Dwight Schrute, Lamau? I don't know. I was blown away how well-spoken you were with every single news outlet. You target your speech directly to the readers of whichever outlet you're talking to. It's insanely talented to see you do it. Yeah, I would say that might be my most impressive feat. That's the thing that I'm very good at. I don't think you have worded anything badly in the past, unironically. Okay. What time is Chris on Hannity? I don't know, man. I don't know. What do you want me to do? Text him? Ted Douche. You can't claim to stand with the Jewish community and immediately call an entire nation of Jews bloodthirsty. This demonizing language is exactly why Jews across America don't feel safe. Insane to see American politicians who have spent decades demonizing entire countries before invading them now saying criticism of Israel is off limits because Jews live there. By the way, note how we erased a fifth of Israel's population as Arab and not Jewish. The constant conflation of Israel with Jews by Israel supporters is so cynical and dangerous. I can't say it often or loudly enough. Oh, God, he gets so debate lordy with this stuff. Same point made here. I love the Jewish people and I love Judaism, but fuck the only Jewish state and fuck the most important advocacy organization that represents them. Give me a break. People are just talking about two completely different things when they say anti-Semitism. Nadav is asking whether someone, a friend of the Jews, as a collective, while El Sayed is saying he'll give every countryman a fair shake regardless of their background. I mean, I think all of this is wrong. Because if Israel, Jewish or not, if Israel wasn't a violent apartheid state, then this would not be a concern. That's it. Like, Abdul would not care about it. Abdul would not be talking about it. I wouldn't be talking about it. It's that simple. If it wasn't a fucking apartheid state doing a genocide, then why would we have issues with it? That's what these guys constantly try to bring the conversation back to. That's the problem, but they can't address that problem. So they have to turn around and say, oh, you're just saying that because it's Jews doing it. It's like, no, it has nothing to do with Judaism or Jews, dumbass. But it doesn't matter because in the mind, like I've already given up on this. And I know many of you anti-Zionist Jews in the chat probably have given up on your parents on this. Hopefully you haven't. Hopefully you're still pushing. But like at this point, it's not lost on me that I think the overwhelming majority of Zionists would rather delude themselves into thinking that like all criticisms of Israel actually come from this like hidden or not so hidden form of anti-Semitism. Like they cannot contend with a reality where it's just not anti-Semitic. Like it's not coming from a place of secret anti-Semitism. It's crazy. I'll still say what I'm saying. I'll still say what I believe, right? And I'm doing it for myself and I'm doing it for my audience. I'm doing it so that I'm like still making sure that people understand. It's not a course correction or overcorrection or throat clearing so that people don't yell at me, you know? Like a lot of people think I cynically bring this shit up. I just think Booker is anti-Semitic. Booker? He's like one of the biggest, dude, he was giving piggyback rides to Rabbi Shmuley, man. What the fuck? What more can you do? Cory Booker literally was at Oxford University giving motherfucking piggyback rides to Rabbi Shmuley. Look it up. Yeah, lost cause. Yeah, that's not happening. Yeah. Yeah, look. When your parents, they want me to move back. They want to move back to Israel, so that's crazy. When your parents are saying shit like the New York Times is the most anti-Semitic newspaper in America, that's when you know they're like kind of cooked. When they're saying like that's one of those. Well, I mean, the Cory Booker thing is even worse than that. Like that would be the equivalent. Saying Cory Booker is anti-Semitic would be the media equivalent of like saying the Jewish Telegraphic Agency is anti-Semitic. Like the Jerusalem Press is very anti-Semitic. They have some opinion editorial pieces that are slightly critical of Benjamin Netanyahu at times, and I can't stand it.
Primary. So I'm reaching out to anybody who supported us or didn't support us to come join this movement to build a Michigan where our politics are focused on we the people rather than.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie, this is kind of lame. I miss Haley Stevens' voice. Come on, Abdul, just say like that's the Michigan way or something. You want to appeal to the Stevens heads, right? Myself included. Obviously, I hope you guys know the reason why Haley Stevens overperformed is because I put the mules in her direction, right? Like we actually deployed mules on election night, and those mules were actually for Haley Stevens. We're Haley Stevens lovers. She was growing on me. What gives? She was growing on me because
Israel comes to me in my dreams. What gives?
You should take that JTA journalist on a follow-up interview. Yeah, she was actually, that JTA reporter seemed much nicer than the other guy. And the other guy's like kind of woke too. The other JTA guy that did that ADL hit piece on me, it made me really sad because I talked to him for 2 hours and we were yucking it up. Okay. And he seemed like kind of woke too. I had asked some friends like that know him, like what his perspective is. And then I think like he got hit with the editorial beam where the editor was like, no, you can't use any of this shit. You have to literally fucking do the ADL press piece. Well, stick it to him.
On the corporations and the special interests who dominate Mike Rogers and have dominated our politics for far too long.
Dr. El-Sayed, I heard you talk.
AIPAC is unlikely to get involved in both Maine and Michigan race. We'll probably stick to one of them per New York Times. 80 million cash on hand as of the end of June. Oh, great. We can cook them then. Easy peasy.
These are communists. And the polls were wrong again last night when they thought it would be a landslide victory for a hater of Jews and a hater of Israel.
Yeah, I thought that was called America First, big dog. Fuck's going on? Here's Peter Beinart's assessment. Let's be clear about what this means. It means AIPAC will support a candidate who will almost certainly help Donald Trump try to overthrow any election that Trump and the GOP loses. It means AIPAC prioritizes unconditional support for Israel over the survival of liberal democracy in the United States. 100%. 100%. AIPAC issued a statement on Wednesday saying they would oppose El-Sayed and his radical anti-Israel agenda in November's election. Only 80 million? What a bunch of brokies. Okay, dude, don't test them. They blew their load in the primary. Yeah, I guess they really fucking liked Haley Stevens, low key.
Israel comes to me in my dreams.
How long until Trump mentions you directly? I mean, I get talked about on Fox News every fucking night. So it is, at this point, it's virtually impossible that he doesn't know who I am. Or at least like hasn't heard my name, let's say. Liberals are in the death throes of identity politics. When people try to call me establishment, I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate.
I'm trying to figure out who the establishment is, right? I think that when we talk about...
That's great. Dude, that's awesome. First of all, that's awesome. That's awesome. Crowley, I'm calling you as your campaign manager, David Crowley, keep posting that shit. Okay? Now that right there, that's the good stuff. Okay? I love that this materialized. I love that this materialized from a white lady podcaster, like a chorus podcaster who was like, just call black people the N-word instead of using the other word, establishment. And then Jasmine Crockett was like, hell yes, sis. And she highlighted it, gave it the nod of approval. And now it is turned into like a legitimate talking point. It's awesome. This is so incredibly stupid. This is such an incredibly stupid thing to say. So, you know, hell
The
yeah.
establishment, I don't know who that is. I'm a kid that grew up in 53206 zip code.
Yeah. Haley Stevens. I mean, you would think Haley Stevens was black the way Twitter is talking about it. Like literally, they were like, oh, you defanged black power in the state of Michigan is like some of the takes that I saw about Abdul from some of the most insane people in the commentariat. And I was like, bro, she's a white woman. Like, the fuck are you talking about? Like, she's a white woman. You're making it seem like she's a fucking civil rights hero. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, here's the thing. I don't think people in Detroit perceive it as that. Haley Stevens is not a black woman and she's not a Jewish woman. She is a white Christian woman. Okay? What the hell is going on? Like that argument is so interesting because like, okay, so like between Donovan McKinney and Shri Tanadar, then Shri is the actual black candidate in the race. Is that the fucking idiotic argument we're making? Shri's the one with the establishment backing. Like what are we doing? Like this is so stupid. Why can't we be normal about this shit?
My parents was drug addicts and suffered from mental health. I worked extremely hard to be where I am today. And so when people try to call me the establishment, I look at that as a slur, particularly as an African-American candidate. And so I have never ran for office to protect the establishment. I've always been here to protect the people. That's my foundation. That's what I'm going to continue to do as a county executive and what I'm going to do as the governor of Wisconsin.
Oh, you're doing the race science wrong. Pro-Israel equals Jewish, centrist equals black. Therefore, Stevens, black and Jewish. Okay, that makes sense. Literally, yes, Daria Lisa won't be led into the Black Caucus. Yeah, I saw this. Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier's entry into the Black Caucus isn't a guarantee. Not if she doesn't support Hakeem along with other issues, one senior member told Axios. Another said, DAC absolutely will not be welcomed if she doesn't support Hakeem. But she's black. Like, this isn't like, is there a precedent for this? Like, are you going to do the same to Chris Rabb? Like, not only are these black candidates, but they're from black districts too. You know what I mean? It's not like a fucking situation like, you know, normally when you have like a Republican, like a black Republican will come from like an overwhelmingly white district. You know what I mean? Like these are black Democrats that are coming from sometimes overwhelmingly black districts. Like Chris Rabb is from the blackest district in the country, right? Chris Rabb represents the blackest district in the country. You cannot deny Chris Rabb entry into the Congressional Black Caucus, not only because of his like activism background, his familial lineage, like, but also, again, it's important. Like the districts that you come from matter, right? The districts that you come from also matter. Like if Daria Liza, as a Afro-Latina, came from like, I don't know, like an overwhelmingly white district, you could just be like, oh, this is a representational pick, but it doesn't matter. Like they're not in charge of, they're not, you know, responsible for like a black district. Wasn't Tim Scott invited to the CBC? Was he? Like Tim Scott is the example I was thinking of, right? So Tim Scott is the example I was thinking of. Tim Scott and also Byron Donalds too. They don't come from black districts. They are voted by white people. Like they're voted into office by white people. So it makes sense. As to he was invited in 2010 but declined. That's crazy. Because if Chris, Mela, and Dari all refuse to join, if any of them are denied entry, then the Black Caucus won't be able to deny any of them. I think so too. I'm in Byron's district. It's all white races. Yeah. It makes sense as to why CBC could be like, okay, you're not, like your district is not a black district. You're not, you know, representative of like black issues. That makes sense. You can't do that for Daria Liza. I guess maybe you could do that for Maylot. Maylot is, Denver's pretty white too, white and Hispanic. But even then that would be bullshit regardless, because these are Democrats. Yeah, Daria Liza literally represents Harlem. That's an insane thing to do. Donovan McKinney, Chris Rabb, Daria Liza Avila Chevalier, Maylot Quiros. These are black candidates who, with the exception of Maylot, represent black districts. Yeah, Summerlee's district is only 25% black and she's in the CBC. Yeah, okay. If your district has 25% black people, that's a it's a black enough district, chatter. 25% is more than double the percentage of black people in the national average. Pittsburgh can be considered a black district. It's very significant. If it's less than half, then it's not like a particularly black district. If they don't want her, she still have the Carne Asada invite. I'm sorry, but if the establishment of the CBC think they can take on Detroit, Philly, Harlem, Denver, and more, they're fucking insane. I mean, Denver is... DSA needs to reach out to more black communities. They have like no presence with us. Yes, I know. Trust me. I know. But I think this election cycle, we've made tremendous inroads as far as DSA representation. Again, the candidates that I've worked with closely, as you know, as you've seen on this broadcast, many of them are black. And the overwhelming majority are not only black, but also from black districts, including Donovan actually unseating Shri Tanadar to bring back black political representation to a black city. It's also kind of funny. You're not correctly representing Chris Rabb's opinion on Jeffries. I actually don't know what Chris Rabb... Yeah, he hasn't opposed Hakeem Jeffries. Okay, that makes sense. I wasn't inferring that he does. I was just simply stating that this is like a part of the same coalition. Donovan seems like such a nice dude. He's so cool. I love him. I love all the candidates that we work with this season, you know? It's fucking awesome. What a treat it's been. He hasn't said he'll support Jeffries either. He said he'll see what his options are and then decide. Yeah. You're right about Colorado's first district. There's only 9% black. That's actually that's a higher percentage of black people in Colorado 1 than I thought. I thought it was like 3%. This is the same Congressional Black Caucus whose executive committee voted unanimously to invite Republican Rep. Alan West and Tim Scott to join. West was a fanatical Muslim basher who boasted holding a civilian at gunpoint in Iraq, and Scott's career was bankrolled by Larry Ellison. So they both had more in common with Hakeem Jeffries than Chevalier, at least where it really counts. People on Reddit love the energy. Donovan McKinney, DSA endorsed House candidate for Michigan's 13th district. He's the man. Where were we? Oh, we were talking about establishment equals black, or establishment equals slur. All right, I'm going to skip the rest of this. Let's see what this is.
Okay, last question for you, Richard. Do you think that the narrowness of the race, the fact that the margin has gotten small, do you worry that...
It's so funny that all these guys... Roop asked Abdul about you at what? 340? Okay, I'll hear what he had to say about the pool party shit.
Dr. Al-Sayed defeating Congresswoman Haley Stevens. It's good
Let's
to see
what he said about the pool party.
rather than on the corporations and the special interests.
I'm going to do John Fetterman after this.
Dominate Mike Rogers and have dominated our politics for far too long.
Dr. El-Sayed, I heard you talk a moment ago about your Jewish brothers and sisters, as you said, and those who you'd like to include in this fight forward. There are many Democrats at the
Roop, don't do it. Roop, don't do me like this. Roop, don't do me like this.
this hour who, as you see elsewhere, are very concerned about the direction of the party under your leadership as a Senate candidate. And the reason is because of some of the supporters you've surrounded yourself with and who have surrounded themselves with you. What do you tell someone who sees a Hasan Piker show up here in Detroit at a pool party and says, wait a minute here, I thought Dr. Abdul El-Sayed was for...
No, Roop. Why you got to do me like this, Roop? I thought we had something.
all of us. What do you talk about when we see those followers?
Well, I'm grateful for the majority of Democratic voters who gave us their vote, but I also know that there is a large minority who didn't. And what I'll tell you is that my job is to reach out to as many people as I possibly can to have a conversation about who we are and who we want to be. Now, just because you might campaign with somebody doesn't mean that you underwrite everything that they've said. But I do think it's important for us to be reaching out to folks who can get access to a number of voters who might be thinking in different ways about where we want to go. We're building a broad-based tent movement to get money out of.
I think one of the best things Abdul could say in moments like this is to be like, Hasan is a socialist. I'm not. We have our disagreements there, but that's what democracy is about. Democracy is complicated. You know, there's going to be some friction at times, but ultimately, this diversity of thought is how we arrive at the best possible outcome for as many people as possible. And that's the American way. And that's the Michigan way. Like, he could say something like that. You know what I mean? Because it's true. Like, ultimately, like in this circumstance, like, again, expectations are not for him to be like, oh, dude, like, I love Hasan. It's not going to happen. It's stupid to do that. So I think, because it's true. That is true. We have our disagreements, right? And I think a good point, a salient point there would be for him to say, Hasan's a socialist. I'm not. I'm a capitalist. We've had our disagreements on that front. Because that is a real point of disagreement between us. And it's actually a good one for him to address if he's worried about the moniker of socialism anyway. You know what I mean? What is this? New Will Lawrence, who won a critical Dem primary in a swing House district in Michigan after a divisive three-way fight on whether he can bring Dems together and appeal to swing voters and his progressive views, says he's not a DSA member. So when did he leave DSA? In the last month, I let my membership lapse. So how does he differ from the socialists? Oh, God. That's kind of whack. He's using you for your reach for votes. Yeah, I know. This I don't like, I'll be honest. When someone is like a DSA member and they fucking let it lapse and then they say they let it, it's not a good move, man. It just makes you look weak. It's just not a good move. Like with Abdul, he was never DSA. He's never said he's a socialist. So that's different. You know what I mean? But that was definitely an issue with Julie Gonzalez as well. It's literally the same as like apologizing for your past beliefs. It just makes you look wishy-washy. You would literally do better. It's not because the DSA is like this unbelievably powerful force. Because I don't know how prominent DSA is in his district, right? So I don't know how much of an opportunity you have. But I'm not even talking about like the door knocking capabilities of DSA. I'm talking specifically about what this signals to voters broadly. I genuinely think that you would do better to be like, yeah, I'm a member of the Democratic Socialists of America. It's not like I don't, the national platform is voted on by the entire organization. There are things in it that I agree with, things in it that, I don't fully subscribe to, but ultimately it doesn't matter, right? Like the Democratic Party that I am, now the candidate for, there's plenty of things that I don't agree with the rest of the Democratic Party, but that's, I care about my district. I care about my district first and foremost. I care about representing my district. So that's what I'm choosing to do. That's the best, most effective way to That's the best and most effective way to respond to it. Because you're going to still get called a DSA guy. And then on top of that, they're going to say you're like, it's going to look phony. You're going to look phony a little bit. You're going to look like you got caught. You got caught doing a oopsie. You got caught doing something embarrassing, like you were bad. He literally started his chapter in his house. They're going to time the DSA no matter what he says. Might as well own it.
So politics put money in pockets past Medicare for all. And I know that there are a lot of different conversations that need to be had. So, on the one hand, I might go on Fox News and talk.
Yeah, he started the Sunrise and his DSA chapter. What the fuck is his pivot then? I don't know.
To Fox and Friends, even if I might disagree with what those hosts say, because I know there might be someone there in the audience who might agree with me, and I want to make sure that they've heard my message. Similarly, I'm reaching out to all kinds of podcast hosts and streamers to have those conversations.
Yeah. No more Hasan questions in this? Okay.
This is a high-profile victory for the...
This lady. Oh my God, already back to LA? When did you sleep? I didn't. This is why we don't endorse DSA white man? True, dude. Actually, real. True. Did you see that Maylot watches FD? Yeah. Everybody watches FD, including Killer Mike. I missed the Abdul coverage, but does this narrow win change your calculation of the Democratic candidate being 100% anti-Israel? Fuck no. What? Fuck no. Are you kidding me? Abso-fucking-lutely not. You think a single... Okay, with the exception of like some Haley Stevens like ride or diers, because there's always going to be like ultra Zionists in every district, I don't think 90% of Haley Stevens voters voted for Haley Stevens because they were like, she's gonna fucking dream about Israel.
Comes to me in my dreams.
Like, I think 90% of Haley Stevens voters voted for her because of the ads, Obama endorsement, fake Obama endorsement, Gretchen Whitmer endorsement, Gary Peters endorsement, mostly Gretchen Whitmer and Obama, and like key endorsements from the black political machine in Wayne County, in Detroit, and also, fucking $70 million of ad spend. There is not a single, first of all, there wasn't a single ad that tied Haley Stevens to Israel. Like, imagine spending $70 million in ads and not a single dollar goes to an ad that says Haley Stevens will defend Israel. You know what I mean? Not a single one. There's not even, there were barely ads that said Abdul al-Sayed will destroy Israel. They were mostly just saying he's a terrorist because of 9/11 and stuff. Yeah.
Progressive wing of the Democrats, Matt, an insurgent outsider has beaten a centrist congresswoman whose campaign received tens of millions from pro-Israel groups. We spoke to Abdul al-Sayed earlier this week, and he told me that his party will need to pay close attention to what's happened here because he's managed to tap into a wave of anti-establishment sentiment. He's managed to energize voters, particularly over the issue of Israel's actions in Gaza. It's an issue that the Democrats will have to address as they head into those all-important November midterms.
Abdul al-Sayed!
Outsider who has just won a bruising and brutal round within his own party.
What a race. In the words of Muhammad Ali, we shook up the world.
For many Democrats, this progressive insurgent represents the change that's needed within their party.
Starting in moments when people aren't even paying attention to an election, but are paying attention to the price of gas and the price of groceries and the price of housing and the price of healthcare. Just a city boy.
This morning, this new ad finally endorsing al-Sayed from the Senate Majority PAC, which represents the party's mainstream establishment. But they hadn't believed in the Muslim candidate until he was declared a winner.
Dude, I love that ad so much. Oh my God. So good. Look at how favored by the whites Abdul is. Look at how not dangerous Abdul is. God. So many white people love to see it.
Democrat Senate leader had this to say about the popularity of the progressives.
We are a big tent party, and being a big tent party is a strength, not a weakness.
The moderates had originally chosen to back this woman, al-Sayed's opponent, Haley Stevens, in what had become a proxy fight about the future direction of the party.
We knew that this was going to be a close race. Thank you, friends.
And it was incredibly close, Stevens narrowly losing despite having received more than $30 million in funding from AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. This became a focal point of the campaign, al-Sayed connecting with the concerns of younger and Arab voters in particular about Israel's actions in Gaza. It's an issue that has split the Democrats. Support for Israel is falling in the party. That has left some Jewish voters feeling alienated. And today al-Sayed addressed that divide.
And to all of my sisters and brothers of the Jewish faith, or any faith at all or no faith at all, I want you to know that my commitment to your safety, my commitment to Jewish safety, is the same commitment that I have to the safety of my own daughters.
The Democrats need to win this seat in November's general election if they're to retake the Senate. And al-Sayed will now have to take on a Republican candidate backed by Donald Trump. Could he win? Well, today the president posted his thoughts. Wayne County in Michigan is one of the most corrupt voting areas in the United States, if not the world. It is strictly third world. And then, going back to his repeated theme of fraudulent elections, he added, don't discount all of those fake mail-in ballots that will surprisingly show up at the last moment. Get ready for another rigged election. As well as being called a radical communist, al-Sayed has also faced constant commentary from opponents about his Muslim background and name.
My name is not raising your gas prices. My name is not taking us to war. My name is not the reason you can't afford the groceries.
If he wins in November, which won't be easy, this Michigan-born son of Egyptian immigrants will become the nation's first Muslim senator.
Well, joining me now is the Democratic strategist Jim Kessler, who spent decades on Capitol Hill and worked for the House Minority Leader Chuck Schumer, who you saw in that piece, and Dylan Wegela, a state representative for Michigan, who describes himself
Let's go. Goated.
As a democratic socialist, as you can see from his hat. Let me start with you, Jim. I mean, as Chuck Schumer, your former boss, said, you're a big tent party, but there's trouble in the tent.
Yeah, so look, I think Abdul al-Sayed ran an inspiring race. He won. This is a seat that we need to keep. There's a lot of warning signs in that election last night. It was a lot.
Yeah, they had the fucking third way dickhead.
Closer than people thought. He won by about 15,000 votes. People thought he was going to win by 150,000 votes at least. And he's got work to do. He's got work to do to hold that seat. This is
like, I don't appreciate how these guys make it seem like they are representative of any base whatsoever. Like, Haley Stevens voters did not vote for Haley Stevens policies. So Abdul has to like change his policies around in the direction of Haley Stevens. And the greatest evidence of this is the ad spend that did not mention Israel one fucking time. So like, there's nothing he needs to moderate on. He just needs to go to those voters and communicate to them what he actually represents, and talk to them about how he's going to better represent them. Like Haley Stevens, when these guys talk about like, oh, well, he's got to come to us, he's got to kiss the ring, he's got to do this and that. Yeah, if there was a real constituency, like the only constituency which isn't like big enough to make a dent demographically that Abdul needs to make inroads with is the Jewish Michiganders who are critical of Israel to a certain degree, but like still Zionist and still worried. You know what I mean? Yeah. Can you imagine the media telling Republicans to stay away from Fox News, podcasts, or talk radio? Yeah. I just like this shit makes me so fucking mad. I'm going to retweet something similar as well. And contentious from my much younger audience of Democrats and independent. It's just like, it's so fucking, it's so strange. Like, I genuinely don't understand it. Like, he should go everywhere. What are we doing? This was the whole problem with Kamala Harris. This was the whole fucking issue with Kamala Harris. What are we doing? There's no need for moderation. There's no need for him to like shy away from going on different platforms. Okay. Would you say that the closeness of Michigan with Haley Stevens and Abdul would indicate that Michigan may not be ready for changed thoughts? No, I wouldn't say that. Why would I say that? It is an unbelievably stupid assessment. The reason why it's an unbelievably stupid assessment is because he did that when he was being outspent 10-1, 10-1, 10-1. This has never happened in the fucking history of American politics. 11 to 1. $64 million were spent against him with a fake Obama endorsement. Jesus Christ. Wake up, everybody. Please. Please. Wake up. Did Abdul al-Sayed actually lose by winning? No, he didn't. He won by winning. I think Abdul should only go on CNN and then also just take on Haley Stevens's. No, I'm not going to say that. Then people are going to say you're dunking on Haley Stevens. Oh, fuck. This is the worst aspect of like being associated with a campaign. It's just like I have to fucking, maybe dial back some of the things that I say, So I'm not going to say it. I was going to say maybe Abdul should take on Haley Stevens' policy platform and just only go on CNN and all this shit. That's ultimately what they want. Hasan's so fake now. I mean, I'm not fake. I'm just telling you, I understand the necessity of consolidating support behind Abdul al-Sayed. So I don't want to fucking give another opportunity for the annoying shit libs in the consultant class to turn around and be like, oh my God, see, he's attacking Haley Stevens, who the base clearly loves, We brought the youth vote out, and the ground game was able to defeat $70 million. I am my own separate media platform. Abdul should go on all media and even convince Republicans if he can. That's how you win elections. Who do you think are worse, Never Trump Republicans or Never DSA Democrats? What? Never Trump Republicans are Never DSA Democrats. I just I am in the middle here. I'm in the middle here where it's like he doesn't have to come on my stream to win. Okay? He doesn't have to come on my stream to win. But I will say this. He should definitely go on all outlets. You know what I mean? He should go on all outlets. It would be a mistake not to. Abdul should go on all outlets, all media outlets, contentious media as well. And he should win the disaffected, disillusioned younger voters over, which, some of which are in my community, of course. And he should go on Joe Rogan. He should go and captivate voters that are Republican, triple Trump voters. Like that's what you got to do to win. So it's very stupid when people are like, no, you shouldn't go on. You can go on Fox News, but you can't go on Hasan. Like, what the fuck are you talking about, you fucking idiot? What's wrong with you? Democrats are so stupid. It's very frustrating. The Democrat consultants are just like incredibly dumb. This whole piece is oozing with snark and condescension and ideological assertions, but this is false. Al-Sayed did not perform best with wealthier voters. He lost the poorest and wealthiest voters. His base is middle-income voters. See chart via WAPO. Okay? Yeah. He cooked from 65 to 95K, with 85 to 95K being his best, where Haley Stevens got the majority with under 65K and also the majority with 95K plus. This is the wheelhouse of Zohran Kwame Mamdani. Lara citing strategist also falsely presents mainstream opinion as fringe. 50% of Americans support abolishing ICE versus who 39% oppose doing so. And 50% of Americans say Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza versus 35% who disagree. Opposition to ICE and Israel are, of course, completely mainstream opinions among U.S. voters, but they're not mainstream opinion in the halls of power. So they are presented as unpopular despite polls showing that they are indeed supported by voters. Exactly. Bro, this is all very dumb because Abdul got a lot of votes from those counties. The turnout was very high. Saying he isn't supported by low-income places is straight up stupid. Yeah, I know. But it wasn't his strongest showing. Here are the full WAPO numbers. Also, despite discourse, Democrats in high-income areas did not back Abdul al-Sayed. He dominated in the most educated counties, but Stevens won the richest counties, and the poorest took the middle-income places. Al-Sayed obviously didn't put up Bernie numbers in rural Michigan, but he held his own in small town and rural counties and only lost suburban counties to Stevens by 5 points. That, plus his total dominance in Ann Arbor, Grand Rapids, etc., was enough for the win. Also, surprising absolutely nobody, younger Democrats love progressives. Of course, we know that. Al-Sayed dominated in counties with the most young adults. Stevens did better in counties with significant black populations, but still only won Wayne by about 6 points, less than she needed, obviously. To be fair, one of the 2 high-income counties in Oakland, which Stevens didn't do all that well in my opinion, considering it was her home turf, but I do think, as is often true, there's an upside-down U on the precinct level for X-axis wealth, Y-axis AES support, which I'm working on right now. Why do the poorest who would benefit most from socialism vote for the opposite of socialism and for more poverty and struggle? So long, I don't know how to get into that right now. I mean, it's poorer people by and large are too busy making ends meet and are perhaps a little bit more susceptible to propaganda or misinformation, more likely to be anxious about their futures, more likely to fall victim to racialized agitation. You weren't lying. They purchased all.
Haley Stevens. She was a. Haley Stevens was there. Haley Stevens. Stop. How did Donald Trump? Stop. Haley Stevens. Stop. Haley Stevens. Stop it. Haley Stevens. As county.
What the fuck?
Commissioner. Born, raised. Haley Stevens. She was. How did Donald Trump win? Haley Stevens was there. Haley.
She's growing up. She's growing on me. She's growing on me. She's growing on me. She's growing on me. Haley Stevens is growing on me. Gitmo has nothing on this. Yeah. I live in Michigan. These were the ads I was getting on YouTube and radio constantly. I heard from the people on the ground. They were really fucking annoyed. Let's see what Jonathan Greenblatt had to say. I'm sure he has a lot of thoughts on this race.
Across the state of Michigan are seeing the results come in from Jews across the state of Michigan are seeing the results come in from the Democratic primary. Throughout the campaign, ADL has called out nominee Abdul al-Sayed for peddling in anti-Semitic tropes, saying things like the only reason that people support the state of Israel is money, or for campaigning with notorious bigot Hasan. Campaign trail rhetoric and actions send clear signals about what a person believes and what a political party thinks is permissible. As ADL works to protect, advocate, and educate in order to serve the Jewish community, fight anti-Semitism and hate of all kinds, we will continue to call out politicians and parties that traffic in anti-Semitism, that dress up bigotry with the disguise of social justice. We are not going to stop. And we will keep calling on political both parties to reject anti-Semitism and to commit to combating it whenever and wherever it occurs.
Wow, this scary thing happened to her last night. Last night at Abdul says watch party, I was able to overhear 3 conversations at once. All 3 were about Jews, Israel, or the Israel Defense Forces. Although El-Sayed has often brushed off the focus of his anti-Israel politics as media-driven, as a distaste for Jewish nation pulsed through the theater last night. At one point, I was able to hear 3 conversations taking place all around me, all about Jews, Israel, or the Israel Defense Forces. To my left, a man remarked that a lot of white people supported El-Sayed because he didn't want to use their money to kill babies. Another man shouted in a woman's ear, making his case that the AIPAC, a pro-Israel lobbying group, is just supported by Christian Zionists as American Jews. Wait, shocking. I love that. I thought that she was going to at least like do us the dignity and say that like she heard something anti-Semitic. So what, this was the wokest party of all time where people were talking about factually accurate things that they were frustrated about? Like, what are we? One man had the audacity to say, I love my Jewish brothers and sisters, but I can't stand the nation state of Israel and how it cynically ties itself to Judaism, making it a much less safe for my Jewish friends, making it a much less space for my Jewish friends who have nothing to do with Israel. I was horrified. They were saying it Islamically. Missed you, Mr. Jihad? Excuse me, Dr. Jihad.
Been the last...
All right, I'm skipping the rest of this shit.
To my colleague and friend, Congresswoman Haley Stevens.
Skipping this.
But right now, as bitter and as divisive and as cynical as the campaign against us might have been, I want us to realize that there is so much more that unites us now. Because the campaign that Mike Rogers and Donald Trump and their GOP MAGA allies are launching is already more bitter. All you got to do is look at the ads you're already watching on TV, started today. You know, they think that you want to use my whole name against me. Mike, listen, man, if you can't say the name, it's Abdurrahman, keep the name out your damn mouth. I'll be happy to give you lessons. But they understand that the only way that they think they can win is to drag us into the mud, to believe the worst about each other, to believe that what divides us is bigger than what unites us. They want us to think that the reason it's not is because of other people got. But it turns out that the reason so many of us ain't got is because of the system that has corrupted our politics to take it away from us. And that is the thing that we are taking on now. That movement to get money out of politics, put money in your pocket, pass Medicare for all, it is a big movement. So if you supported me or you did not support me, if you voted for Vice President Harris in 2024 or you voted for Donald Trump, if you believe like me that you ought to be able to afford your groceries, if you believe like me.
Wow. Is Abdul al-Sayed a reactionary Republican, but somehow bad, as opposed to when we try to win votes as centrist Democrats by hugging and kissing Liz Cheney? Abdul al-Sayed is very divisive. He said, you should vote for me even if you voted for Donald Trump. Everybody knows you're not supposed to say that. Only we get to try to win the Republican voters over. And of course, that we get to do that by being like Republicans. And we, of course, fail. We fail to do so.
That you ought to be able to afford your home if you believe like me, that your tax dollars ought to be invested in you rather than sent somewhere else. If you believe like me, that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people is our birthright in this country. If you believe like me, that we have a responsibility to stand up and walk with our union so that everybody has collective bargaining rights in this country. If you believe like me, that you ought to have the guarantee of good health care in this country without some corporation trying to tell you what you cannot have and should not fight for, I hope that you'll join this movement now.
So for you, you could agree with that.
Oh, hell yeah. I cannot believe Jon Stewart interviewed this ogre. I cannot believe that the ogre put on a suit, not for Benjamin Netanyahu for once, but instead for Johnny Boy, Johnny Stewart.
Them 90%, but Israel is the red line.
Absolutely. Israel for me. Like I can't ever turn my...
That's insane, man. Why are you saying that out loud is what I would say if I thought that he had working brain cells, but he doesn't. So that's why he's saying dumb shit like this.
My back to Israel after where it's at.
So, and I mean no disrespect on this, but that is not our country. You're saying that these candidates may have great ideas for our economy. They may want to do the exact same thing you want to do in terms of getting money out of politics. They may want to increase the social safety net. They may want to change the balance of power from capital back to labor. But if they don't agree with you on Israel, you don't want them in your party.
Well, at some point, you got to realize it's not your party, big dog. Like, that's crazy. Like, okay. Israel approval ratings in the Democratic Party is the same as being like, anti-choice. Okay, being pro-life. Like, could you imagine Henry Cuellar going on like CNN and being like, yeah, if a Democrat is for abortion, then they need to get out of my party. Like, if a Democrat wants to allow abortions, then they need to get out of my party, which is the obviously like anti-abortion party. That's crazy. You can't be saying stuff like that. No one will take you seriously. The only thing you can say that about is Israel, obviously, because, people are, well, up until recently, people had to be a lot more careful about how they criticize Israel because, AIPAC could dump shit ton of money.
Well, I don't know who you're referencing to specifically.
No, I'm referencing what you just said.
Namely.
So in other words, Syed or AOC or Bernie Sanders, I assume you agree with a lot of what they say economically.
No, he doesn't.
And what I'm saying is, like, if you are a DSA member, if you are a member of a specific political party, run under your own banner. And now I think Bill Maher said something very insightful. He said, the DSA are colonizing the Democratic Party. So just be Democrats if you're going to run under the Democratic Party for that. Why have a DSA party?
Bill Maher has never said anything insightful. I mean, I guess it makes sense. He's brain dead. Bernie on Witherhill endorse Hong? I don't think so. No.
I noticed you haven't.
No, Bernie, do it. I tried. He's old. He don't got internet. All right, let's finish the John Fetterman thing, and then we'll look at that.
Party for overall. So run on that, and you all understand.
It's just an organization. It's not. We have a two-party system. We don't. It's like the Freedom Caucus in the Republican Party. There are, there's Randy Fine and Ogles and all these nutbags that are also part of an area, and Republicans, I'm sure, may not agree with all of them on all kinds of things, but there is no other party.
Well,
I guess you could try it, but my point is, if you don't disagree with them on a lot of things, why not use some of that energy? And even like Mamdani in New York is DSA, but there are things in the DSA platform that he disagrees with. And I'm assuming there's probably things in the Democratic platform that you might disagree with, but you don't disavow the entire thing. You're literally saying we can all have discussions, except when it comes to Israel, which is not America. It seems like a weird line to draw.
Well, so then, I don't think that's weird. I think
okay, this week of conversations where John Fetterman talks to prominent American Jews in the media, and those prominent American Jews in the media keep going, dude, you're a little too obsessed with Israel. What the fuck is going on with that? Because this isn't the only time John Fetterman has been approached. He went on Wolf Blitzer, and Wolf Blitzer said the exact same thing. Now, John Stewart is Jewish, always been Israel critical, right? Always. Wolf Blitzer, on the other hand, used to be the spokesperson for AIPAC. Okay? Literally, Wolf Blitzer was the spokesperson for AIPAC. And even Wolf was like, why are you doing this insane red line on Israel? This doesn't make any sense. Where is this coming from?
I think what history demonstrates is that when people or a government or people turn their back to the Jewish community, things end really badly. And it's a dangerous...
Jewish community and Israel are not the same thing, brother man. They're not, that is not the same thing.
No. It's like, hey, it's like if I have to pick a side for after 10/7 and after Iran, I'm always going to stand with Israel. I'm always going to vote and support whatever that's necessary to protect themselves and to prosecute Hamas, Hezbollah, and Iran too.
There are people in Netanyahu's cabinet who have...
Dude, again, okay, let's go to Wolf Blitzer real quick. This is not one but two prominent Jews in American media literally calling out John Fetterman's level of fealty to Israel. It's so funny. Like, I'm sorry, dude. Like Wolf Blitzer, again, AIPAC spokesperson Wolf Blitzer, like, don't you think it's kind of weird?
Why is Israel, another country, your red line right now, this is what your critics are saying, rather than a domestic issue that impacts Americans?
He's like, what are you talking about? Like, why is Israel so important? Like, why isn't it like healthcare or something? I don't know, something that like your district, your state cares about.
Everyday lives.
Yeah, absolutely. And I agree with a lot of Democrats too. And then when you migrate into these extreme kinds of views and embrace the kinds of people that should really be considered toxic. So of course, I'm entitled to my opinion. And if you're proud to campaign with those individuals, great. That's really up to them.
That wasn't the question, dumbass. By the way, one thing I noticed, anytime John Fetterman appears on a news network that isn't Fox News, anytime John Fetterman appears on a network that isn't Fox News, that's like really babying him and like trying to get him to say whatever deranged thing he's about to say, okay, he just short circuits. Like, he is genuinely incapable of responding to like normal questions. I don't know if like Fox News gives them the questions ahead of time so he can like write his responses, but it's very funny that they're just, it's a sad state of affairs, really. It's funny, but it's also kind of sad that this is a senator and he's so visibly brain damaged. Like, it is unbelievable that we have a senator. I mean, half of our senators are geriatric, and this one's at least like age appropriate, but he is like visibly brain damaged. It's crazy. He can't speak, man. It's unbelievable. This is the wealthiest nation on earth. And our last two presidents shat in their diapers. And we got a bunch of senators who are also doing the same thing. And then another one whose brain is leaking out of his ear.
I called trash Plattner. I called that he is a real problem. And now why people seem to be okay with it. You know, why was Bernie Sanders okay with the guy? And he was already the Nazi tattoo. And after all the allegations of roughing up his ex-girlfriends and saying terrible things, indefensible things online, and you would push these kinds of candidates that put our ability to reclaim the majority at serious risk.
Do you think they have dirt on him? No, dude. First of all, Buddy doesn't have the brain processing capabilities to recognize, even if he, like, in order to be blackmailed, you have to have shame, okay? And in order to feel shame, you have to have working brain cells. John Fetterman has no brain cells that are working and no capacity to feel shame, and therefore he is unblackmailable. He just has a handler. Anyway, apparently Jon Stewart dunked on him with the Bill Maher comments as well.
Said they would like to nuke, not Hamas, the Palestinians. I guess what I'm trying to get at is I don't understand why we can't criticize even someone that you think is an ally for actions that we deem to be morally reprehensible. Like, I don't understand how you can defend the settlements in the West Bank. Like, I don't understand how you have no criticisms over their actions, over their increasingly messianic, ultra right-wing government that seems to think relentless war is that you can bomb people out of resistance. Have you ever seen a movie called Gatekeepers? It's people that have been in Shin Bet and ran the army in Israel. And they're talking about how the strategy that Israel has of disproportionate retaliation, even though they are by far the most powerful force in that region, is not a path to keep Israel safe. Have you seen that?
What I'm saying is that Israel was entirely open to a two-state solution. They were offered a two-state solution. You know, I actually got a chance to talk to former President Clinton about that, and reminds the people that they were offered 96% of the West Bank, and they get to pick 4%, you know, for part of Israel. And they had East Jerusalem as the capital, and they would have had their entire nation now going on 26 years. Now, they reject that. They did not want a two-state solution. They have a one-state solution, and that's from the river to the sea. And that's part of why anti-Semitism is run amok in our college campuses and in the streets. And now they're protesters showing up in my office at my home and following me and screaming and calling about and claiming about genocide. And now it's not a genocide. And if there was a genocide, that's because Iran refuses to relinquish this idea that they can destroy Israel. Now,
so there is also, like, he's like, well, and if there's a genocide, it's good and worthwhile. It's awesome.
I'll live in peace, and I'll live your lives, and stop funneling billions into the Hezbollah and Hamas trying to destroy Israel. That's the honest and the dynamic in the region. And now there will be a democratic election in Israel in October.
Oh my God. Is it? No. Someone said he's wearing an Israeli tie? No. Is that? Am I crazy? Was that the choice of his handler to make me go crazy? No, right?
Will Netanyahu win or not overall? But that's the true only democracy in the entire region. So it's like I've never said that Israel is perfect. What I'm saying, though, that's our special ally. And now, until we're admittedly at war, I'm going to stand with our special ally and describe the circumstances with Hamas or Hezbollah or the way Iran continues to behave.
Joining us here in the Situation Room.
Yeah, I'm not going to watch this whole thing, but there was this moment. John Fetterman crashes out over Abdul winning and starts crying about Hasan Piker on the Jon Stewart podcast.
Sort of energy and economic populism is a response to that.
Well, what is that? Is that socialism? And in more, it's communism. It's, you know, that's not an economic model that has never worked in the history.
But that sounds like a caricature. El Sayed is running on. He wants to ban corporate money, wants to tax, I guess, higher taxes on billionaires for housing and education, Medicare for all. You know, when you say that's communism, that feels like a caricature.
No, I never said that. I call real communists that are cheering for communism people like Hasan Piker, for example. You know, he's a big influence, you know, in the Democratic Party conversation, and he is a communist. He celebrates Mao. and describes and is going to be proud to visit Cuba and stand on people on those sides. That's not.
Yeah, I am proud to have visited Cuba and delivered humanitarian aid to a country that we're fucking starving. Suck my dick, dumbass.
Not a smear. That's just using the kinds of words and the positions that he has made part of his platform.
So you're saying he says, I'm a communist and I want America to be communist.
No, I'm saying that, that he has the kinds of views. Now, you were very, very instrumental in delivering aid for victims of 9/11. You've been here and you've been very effective for doing that. For an individual that says that America, we deserve that. Hey, I'm deeply offended by that, and I don't support that, and I'm certainly not going to campaign with him, or I'm not going.
You notice, this is a fucking talking point because he's just like going down the talking points and he's just trying to like grab onto anything he can.
Explain that way.
Well, Bill Maher said that the 9/11 terrorists weren't cowards, and you went on his podcast and you talk to him all the time. So I guess what I'm saying is, aren't you cherry picking certain things and maybe losing the forest for the trees?
The two things are not the same.
Yeah, Bill Maher's is objectively worse. And if you were to say, oh, well, Bill Maher apologized for it. Yeah, so did I, bitch. So did I.
Making a statement compared to saying that we deserve that, opposed to describing it in different terms. So that's just not,
no, mine is, wait, what? Mine you could chalk up as like the wrong word choice. With Bill Maher, he was just straight up. He said it with his full pussy, dude. He put his pussy into it.
Just not the same.
But he's not running.
And Bill Maher is not a communist too. Bill Maher does not describe Hamas as 1,000% better than Israel.
So for you, it literally is. They've made statements in the past, or their economic policies are more sympathetic to socialism. So let me shift it a bit. This new.
Yeah, mine was blowback. Bill was just saying they're brave. Fetterman mentions you to Wolf Blitzer at 50. I don't care about that.
I noticed you haven't yet endorsed in the Wisconsin governor's race. What's your thinking there, and might you endorse? Or
I don't think so. I met Francesca a couple of years ago. I was in Wisconsin, and she seems very, very nice. But again, this is a race I just am not that familiar with. We have not gotten involved in many governor's races. I think we did one in Maine with Troy Jackson. Obviously, my major concern right now is seeing that we have a Senate and a House that is going to stand up to Trump. That's really where my focus is. So as of now, we have not been involved in that race.
I noticed you haven't yet endorsed in the Wisconsin governor's race. What's your thinking there, and might you?
Bernie is towards Asians, new old guy lore unlocked. With El Sayed now, Democratic Senate candidate in Michigan, the media has begun to play defense. Vaughn Hilliard tries to distance El Sayed from the violent extremist Hasan Piker, even though Piker was endorsed and literally campaigned with El Sayed.
Spending big.
Yo, this kind of stuff is stupid. Dude, these guys, like, I know they never listen to me, but just like, don't do this kind of shit. Okay? I don't know why these guys like are now engaging in like a defensive posture at the behest of Abdul. Like, it's just, again, he has already made his position clear. Okay? He goes everywhere. He talks to everybody. He talks to Republicans as well. That doesn't mean he's a Republican. He's not a socialist. I am. Okay?
In Michigan, it's a seat that they can take at a time that Democrats feel like they have open opportunities in places like Maine and Texas. I want to play a soundbite.
Is that skinny Mike Lindell?
From Mike Rogers, who was on Fox just a bit ago here this morning, setting up his general election campaign. Take a listen.
They're ops? No,
I
these
have
guys
never
think
seen
they're
someone
helping.
So radical, so extreme, get nominated by a political party, and the DSA candidates in the state in two different congressional races look like they're pulling it off as well. The Democrat Party is lost to this hardcore socialist attitude. And I fought my whole life. I was an FBI special agent, U.S. Army officer, chairman of the House Intelligence Committee.
By the way, that's a dog whistle for sure. Just so you understand, he's saying like that's there. I brought this up earlier, like the specialist against the.
I find it shocking that I'm going to go up against a guy who believes America deserved 9/11.
To be very clear, El Sayed never said that, but he has appeared with popular Twitch streamer Hasan Piker, who did, but then walked it back. And to be clear, El Sayed has justified his relationship with Piker as one in which Piker has following of millions. And just because he appears with him doesn't mean he agrees with everything he says, equating to someone appearing on Fox and not agreeing with everything that individuals on Fox say. But this is the type of attack El Sayed is already.
Oh, they framed it. Okay, never mind. He did. They're not trying to distance El Sayed from violent extremism. They're just repeating what El Sayed said. I misunderstood. I got duped by the description, and then I watched the video and realized the video doesn't say what the dumbass description does. But of course, it's Newsbusters. So, classic. Someone asked McMorrow about you today. Oh, it's Alex Kane.
So you just endorsed
Jewish Currents, Alex Kane.
Abdul, and wondering, what are your plans for the general election? What are you specifically going to do? How are you going to coalesce your supporters and
I think I gave him an interview too.
people, particularly Stevens, people who voted for Stevens, who may have liked you as well? What are you going to do to kind of bring them into this?
Is Democratic media finally starting to defend you? If they were smart, they would. I know that all of my ops will say, of course not. You should kill yourself. Of course not. Like, Democrats should actually go extra hard on you, and maybe even Abdul. But if they are smart, they would do that. Like, I'm not even expecting a defense. I just want them to be truthful. You know what I mean? I just want them to like frame it in a normal way as they would for anybody else. That's what's so goddamn annoying. My black Gen X dad sided with you and Abdul over Carville, so it's working actually? Hell yeah. No, the James Carville thing actually helped out a lot, I think, because everybody hates him. Like, a lot of Democrats despise him. I've seen that even on threads where I'm not exactly, people are not exactly very fond of me. But even on threads, they were like, yeah, I don't know anything about Hasan, but after this James Carville shit, I'm with him. Anybody who's against James Carville is with me, is on my team. They don't defend you, then it turns into a weird circle jerk of them disavowing you and then Republicans saying they didn't disavow you. Exactly. It's so stupid. Just like, be honest, be truthful. Be like, this is a separate media entity. Who gives a shit?
El Sayed coalition.
My goal is that Democrats have to win in every.
I have a theory about this. Stay with me here, okay? You know how Fox News is always giving advice to the Dems, but it really sucks. I feel like the right wing and centrist Dems view your advice in the same opposite appeal type advice, so that's why they don't listen to you. No, they don't listen to me because they think I'm wrong.
Every single race in November, and it is.
But it's a good theory.
About so much more than just one race. I ran in this race, but I also know how important it is to make sure that we elect Jocelyn Benson as our next governor. We flip the state house, we expand our majorities in the state senate, because that is how we actually deliver on all of these promises, on protecting voting rights, on expanding affordability, on making sure we're funding our schools and we have opportunity. All of those things matter. So wherever I can plug in to do that is where I'm going to be, because there's too much on the line not to.
Is Israel a divide that can be healed in the general election?
I hope that it can. This is Carl Levin's seat, historically. And Senator Levin always did a wonderful job as somebody coming from the Jewish community for keeping an open door to the Arab and Muslim community. And I want to give...
Wait, I didn't know that. That's crazy. So Carl Levin is Andy Levin's dad. Andy Levin is one of Abdul's first endorsers. Andy Levin was the president of his synagogue. Andy Levin is the Israel critical Jewish person who was running for the district that AIPAC actually spent a shit ton of money on to put Haley Stevens in charge of. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, Andy Levin's dad is Carl Levin. Yes, Andy Levin is from the Levin, or Sandy is his dad. Carl is his uncle. Oh, I thought Carl was his dad.
Give a lot of respect to Abdul for reaching out and getting time and having a conversation. Not to pull my husband in. My husband is we are in an interfaith marriage. I was raised Catholic. My husband is Jewish, and being able to have a difficult conversation. And I think you heard some of that today, where there is shared safety for our kids that matters, and that's what this is about at the end of the day.
And you criticized Hasan Piker when he was campaigning for Abdul. What changed from that criticism to now to kind of getting behind him?
I'm not going to talk about a streamer and the impact on this race, but what matters is
wow, she hates me, dude. That's crazy. I thought we were boys now.
that we all come together, because it's what I said up there. Whatever differences we had in the primary pale in comparison to a Mike Rogers who will just do whatever Donald Trump wants him to do, which we can't afford right now. So when we think about the future for our kids and our daughters and making sure they have a country and they have bodily autonomy and they have voting rights and they have civil rights, we have to beat Mike Rogers. So we've got to put those differences aside and be focused on the goal.
Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
AIPAC guys definitely has some impact, but for some voters, it turned them off. One of the things I heard so frequently was, I really hate that they keep calling him a sexist. We can't escape these ads. I think it backfired a little bit. Hasan, the Hun, told me. El Sayed did best among young voters. Young people have watched for years. Our leaders have failed to meaningfully deliver for them. Yeah. She's my coworker now. We're peers. We're allies. Some might even say besties. Okay. She's just joking. Yeah. Also, the pool party. Dude, the real proletarian vanguard is in the least expected place. The real proletarian vanguard is in the Fox News, the boomer comments under Fox News posts that are attacking me or Abdul El Sayed. I love that y'all use the best pictures possible. Dude looks like a model. And this is brought to you straight from AIPAC themselves. You just showing photos of two good-looking guys that we all support, making them look even cooler. Honestly, the commercials against him made me laugh. The worst they could find was he was sexist because he said something Gretchen did was not inspirational. I think we have a different definition of sexism, and he won. Sayed's going to smoke Rogers in the election. Okay, these are not right-wingers. Fox secretly loves this guy. I have a question. What is this? Are you at all worried that DSA candidates distance themselves from socialism? Will Lawrence worrying? Yes. I mean, I'm not worried in general, but the Will Lawrence one I did not like. This is my favorite picture of you two together. Oh, this one? We need to stop talking about Shannon Watts. I think I'm deciding to no longer talk about Shannon Watts.
What is the core of your message?
All right, we're done. All right, let's skip though. Enough.
We talked about last night. In Michigan last night, we supported 3 candidates, Will Lawrence in Lansing, Donovan McKinney in Detroit, and both of them won. And of course, the key race was the Senate race in which Dr. Abdul El Sayed won a victory. And I want to thank Haley Stevens for her very gracious concession and the understanding that we all have got to work together to elect Abdul. What I hope everybody appreciates is that what happened in Michigan yesterday is literally unprecedented in modern American history. What Abdul had to do is take on the entire Michigan Democratic establishment. He took on the national Democratic establishment. And then in a way that I have never heard of, I don't think anybody has, $60 million in super PAC funding. An unbelievable amount of money. Outspending him 9-1 against them. And he won. So I just congratulate the people of Michigan. I think they made a great choice. And I look forward to doing everything I can to see that Dr. El Sayed is the next senator of Michigan.
You have concerns, though, that some moderate Democrats or some of these, quote, establishment Democrats that you refer to might not be able to support Sayed or others because there's this schism inside the party.
Well, I made it clear yesterday and before that if Haley Stevens was the nominee, I would support her. Because I think it's terribly important that we all come together to take on and do everything we can to stop the disastrous policies of the most dangerous president in the history of the United States. That's Donald Trump.
I think it's going to take a lot for Bernie to just start endorsing until they win their primaries after the Grand Platinum stuff.
So I was prepared to support Haley Stevens, and I am confident that people who are on the other side of that election yesterday are going to support him.
And why do you think that doesn't tilt this to in favor of Rogers if they view El Sayed as too
Look,
extreme?
what already we're seeing is the Republicans are bankrupt. How would you like to go out and campaign and tell people why you support a president who gave $1 billion?
That is, Burn Dog would have a landline ringtone, dude.
$1 trillion in tax breaks to the top 1%, and then threw 15 million people off the healthcare. Good luck to you. How would you like to go out and say, yeah, I think it's a great idea that we started an illegal and unconstitutional war, which is causing massive damage all over the world, including 18 deaths of our own servicemen. Good luck to you. They got nothing to say. So you know what they're going to campaign on? Breaking news. Abdul El Sayed is a Muslim. Wow. Maybe we can foment some there. Or he's a quote-unquote communist because he believes that healthcare is a human right. They got nothing to say. We're going to win.
Is this 2004 with Obama or 08 with Obama all over again?
I think it's part of that. And I'll tell you, it goes back even further. I'm old enough to remember a guy named John F. Kennedy. And there were people saying, oh, Kennedy is a Catholic. We can't have a Catholic for...
He is. That's right. Fact check. True. He is old enough. Fact check. True. He said, I'm old enough to remember John F. Kennedy.
The United States presidency. He's going to listen to the Pope. He's not going to be for America, you know. But we're going to beat that because I think at the end of the day, people understand the system is broken. You got 60% of our people living paycheck to paycheck, struggling to put food on the table, pay for healthcare, pay for housing, while the billionaire class is getting richer. And Abdul understands that. He's going to campaign on that. And by the way, you're going to see a number of independents coming out from them. You're going to see some Republicans coming out from them. And you are going to see a lot of young people getting involved in the political process in a way.
How does he make that case to the Republicans?
Okay, I think I got it. Okay, good.
How does he make that case to the Republicans?
Do you know who Hasan Piker is?
A blowhard.
I think these guys failed so spectacularly.
When you say progressive left, there's a tone of contempt there. Is
I
there?
hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
There are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Democrats haven't done anything about it.
They never win.
Ads?
You know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. They ain't that liberal, okay?
Pro-Israel politics is so poisonous in the Democratic Party.
There's no place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party.
Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel? How are you feeling about the midterms?
I feel very good, but the only thing that can derail us is we could nominate some of the wrong candidates in the wrong place and not be as successful as I hope, but it's going to be massive. I mean, in spite of anything, we're going to win that thing.
The wrong candidates, what do you mean by that?
I see challenges from the, quote, progressive left, unquote.
Progressive left.
And these people are too hard-headed to know that they're not popular. People don't like them. And, but if you get a skewed turnout.
Well, as we found out in Michigan last night, still more popular than the establishment voters, still more popular than the establishment politicians, devoid of policy.
Out in a primary, you might end up losing a race that you should have never lost in the first place.
We're really reheating our nachos, bro. Yeah, so this is the full interview.
You say progressive left, you sort of, there's a tone of contempt there.
Yeah, so you were very wise. I hope the camera was able to pick up the contempt.
It's high definition, yeah.
Yes. They don't win elections. They never run against Republicans. They just run against other Democrats. Their only message is, we're going to blow everything up. Okay, great. And they run for president. They never win. They are the...
Have they been given a chance?
Let's take over. Let's think of somebody. Bernie Sanders. Bernie Sanders ran for president twice. You know what he did twice? He lost by a lot.
James Carville says this is all going to implode at the general election.
Yeah, as opposed to previous neoliberal Democratic candidacies that have been spectacular successes so far. Hillary Rodham Clinton in 2016 and Kamala Harris in 2024. I think these guys have failed so publicly and so spectacularly that it has caused people to seek out alternatives. I don't think I'm exceptionally good at proselytizing the gospel of socialism necessarily. I think there are a lot of people who are just like, this is not working. Cost of living crisis is completely out of control. Democrats haven't done anything about it. Republicans haven't done anything about it. There has to be a different alternative. And a lot of people are also very frustrated with the rise of Trumpism, rise of MAGA, rise of fascism in this country. They're scared. There's a lot of instability. And they see the Democratic Party as insufficient in dealing with Trumpism. And they go out there in the streets. They want to demonstrate. Who do they see on the streets? People like me. They see DSA. They see PSL. They see these organizations that have never stopped protesting. They don't stop protesting when Democrats are in charge. They don't stop protesting when Republicans are in charge. Why do they do that? Because the issues persist.
Do you know who Hasan Piker is?
Yes.
What do you think of him?
Broad.
A what?
A blowhard. Name me one Democrat in a tough election that wants Hasan Piker to come in and campaign with him in a general election. Do you think that Talrico is going to invite Hasan Piker to come to Texas? I don't. You think John Ossoff is going to invite him to come? I don't. You think Roy Cooper? No. And I mean, he's a niche guy.
Do you think, candidates that...
Are they inviting you? I don't understand. And also on top of that, why would I campaign with any of these guys if I don't even fully subscribe to their platforms?
Embrace you in the primary process might want to tuck you away in the general election?
Maybe. But I think that'd be a mistake.
Also, there was one candidacy that invited me to campaign with them. Kamala fucking Harris. Not the best example, but we do forget that, I have been working with Democrats. I've been a Democratic voter for the last decade plus, okay? I've never voted for a Republican. I never will vote for a Republican. These guys make it seem like my audience are just not Democrats at all. And that I'm not a part of this coalition at all. It's so strange. I don't know where the fuck this comes from. Yes, dude, I think it's okay to be critical of the Democratic Party platform and want it to be better and want it to be more representative of the people's interests, okay? Sorry. Sucks to suck for you, I guess, but clearly my attitude is well represented amongst the fucking base of voters in the Democratic Party. That's why you guys keep losing. It's so weird. They're mad. They're mad at their voters, but they can't say, you guys are fucking stupid. Shut the fuck up. Just vote for who we tell you to vote for. So they just yell at someone like me. My resentment is not shared by just myself and maybe a couple others. My resentment is shared by those who have never even heard of me.
Because the reality is, not only do I have a lot of passionate door knockers and organizers in my community, but also outside of that, I represent a position that is objectively popular. The criticisms of Israel, that is the overwhelming majority's perspective. So I think simply leaning in to attack ads and saying, oh, you're right, that this person is bad, actually. This person was wrong. It was wrong of me to identify or and align with him. Abdul could have done that in the primary as well. It was very risky for him to say, no, this is ridiculous. Yeah, I have disagreements with him, but who cares? He's a Twitch streamer, And I think that's an honest message. That's something that people can understand. And as long as he sticks to the issues, as long as he keeps fighting for Medicare for all and keep fighting for policies that will improve people's lives, that's what people are going to vote for. The rest of it is just noise. You look silly if you try to consistently take the conversation back to an allegiance that a politician might have with a Twitch streamer. If the other side is saying, I want to give people health care, it's not a great message.
In the primary process, of course, he has become this sort of central part of a debate, right, about the future of the Democratic Party.
Well, let me tell you, we're going to have a debate about the future of the Democratic Party. In the Democratic primaries of 2028, in Hasan Piker and the progressives, you know who's going to decide the future of the Democratic Party? Let me break the news to you. Democratic primary voters, primarily Southern black.
Oh, God. It's so shameless, dude. It's so nasty. It's so, I know what he's saying. I wonder if this comes across for older black voters. I wonder if this comes across as him showing respect or if they see exactly what he's saying. You know what I mean? Because he's just so cynically weaponizing black people and black voters in general to be like, yeah. It's so nasty. It's positively racist. You know what I mean? No black person likes Carville. His accent alone let us know what's up.
Democratic primary voters. Let me further break the news to you because I happen to have hung around Southern black people all of my life. They ain't that liberal. Okay? But that's
like, look at how excited he is. Like, that's such a strange thing to say. First of all, that's not true. That's literally not true. It's not true. That's just not true. Black voters are the most progressive voting bloc in the country. While many of the older black voters end up voting defensively or voting along whatever established community leaders are urging is the most electable option, black voters by and large are actually very liberal. Far more liberal than white voters are. Not even a question.
now, I'm sure someone on the left would say, well, we have to have another process. No, we don't. And what Hasan Piker needs to do is run for president. If everybody agrees with you, good, run. Go, cat, go. I think everybody ought to run. And I think
this is such a bad argument. What, anyone that has a political position needs to run for president? It's so fucking stupid.
That the judgment of Democratic primary voters is what I'm going to follow. But if you claim that there's all of this.
Also, this entire conversation, this entire resentment is brewing for James Carville because the voters in the Democratic Party are voting against his best decisions. That's why he's so mad. That's why the other day he said, like, if this becomes a Hasan Piker party, I'm out. It's either me or him. And maybe it won't be me.
This energy and this activism, then, okay, have at it.
Mm-hmm.
Run for president.
You're allowed to take part in the democratic
I don't
process.
say,
You're not running for office.
Of course you are. I don't run for office. What I'd say is, why do these people call themselves Democrats? Call yourself Democratic Socialists. Maybe what we need.
I mean, I think a lot of them do. Right?
Good, but don't call yourself Democrat. But we're on with you. There's no place, any place for criticism of the government of Israel in the Democratic Party. There's no place for anti-Semitism. But if you want to be anti-Semitic, go form your own party. The reason that most people become Democrats is the same reason that I did. I don't hate anybody.
I mean, he's so out of step with his own voters. Like, well, I don't even want to say his own voters because he left the party after the Abdul victory, right?
I have a big issue with the government of Israel.
Yeah.
I worked in Israel. Was part of
Ehud Barak's campaign.
The closest that in history would ever come to having a deal. And I am a full supporter of the right of a Jewish state on the Eastern Mediterranean. I think the only way to have that is you have to have a corresponding Palestinian state fully recognized. You have to have security zones. You have to have massive aid to the Palestinian state. And we got to have peace and not war. Now, I can't stand Netanyahu. And the big change that I've seen in Israel is they used to actually try to get people to like them. They don't do that anymore. And I detest the settlements, right? And I would love to see policy changes in the government of Israel. But I am a firm believer in the state of Israel.
Mm-hmm.
Two different things.
Sure.
Never to be confused.
I was with you at the DNC in 2024, where you said you didn't endorse Harris. Will you endorse the 2028 candidate if they are pro-Israel in a way that you don't like? I mean, if you ultimately are about defeating fascism in this country as you describe it, MAGA, whatever, surely shouldn't you get on board with whoever the main candidate is?
Luckily, I don't think I'm going to have to make that calculation at all because, again, pro-Israel politics is so poisonous in the Democratic Party especially that there is, and I'm telling you right now as a promise, and you'll see, 0% chance that whoever the elected Democrat is that wins the primary will be pro-Israel in any way, shape, or form. And I will do everything in my power to make sure that that doesn't happen regardless, but I don't think I'll have to push too much. And you'll see. Rahm Emanuel is a great example of this. Rahm Emanuel himself is very critical of Israel now. Very, very critical of Israel. And it's clear that he has ambitions of higher office, and he sees which way the winds are blowing. It's not going to happen. So that's not even a problem. But I do warn, just as I did in 2019 with Joe Biden, that if we don't have a bold, progressive candidate as someone who can take advantage of the momentum of the growing socialist movement in this country, seek to improve the material conditions of the working class in this country, it's going to be worse than Donald Trump next time around. Just as Donald Trump 2 was far worse than Donald Trump 1.
Quite a few of my friends, like, you're their main source of news.
Not your smartest friends, I guess.
Are you combined the Joe Rogans of the left?
Rant incoming.
Wind them up.
What are we doing? Like,
The battle for the future of the Democratic Party is not going to play out like it used to.
We need candidates who are going to try to challenge the status quo.
Is the Democrat Party having its Tea Party movement?
We'll see who wins. That'll tell us a lot about the future of the party.
How are you doing? When you guys set up this company, there was very solid MAGA media infrastructure, right, online. And it seems, and I think you guys were early in this space in terms of like having an alternative point of view and having the progressive left, whatever Democrat sort of media ecosystem.
Pod Rogans of the left, yeah.
Have you felt a sort of greater sense of responsibility, almost given how much you've grown and given that, you know, a lot of people are just not watching us anymore. They're not watching the news.
Yeah, there's a little bit of that. I mean, look, there are definitely times when you do an episode, you forget that it goes out to a lot of people. I'll have that experience often. And someone will cite back something terrible I said or stupid or some offensive joke. And, I probably shouldn't have done that. So there is a bit of a sense of responsibility. I think the job gets more complicated when there is a Democratic primary. That's when the fights get kind of more personal and uglier and harder to adjudicate. When it's commentary about what the Trump administration is doing, there tends to be more agreement.
And you mentioned...
I can't... I know a lot of people have been sending me the full John Fetterman, Jon Stewart clips, the podcast episode. I can't stand to listen to John Fetterman. I'm sorry. I can't. Like, it's just so difficult. I listened to him for 2.5 minutes earlier, and it was already... It's just not something I want to do.
And when it gets tricky for you guys is what's happening right now, right? The Democratic primaries. John, you interviewed... I think it was you who most recently interviewed Hasan Piker, right?
You heard about that.
There's a whole platforming debate. Clearly you don't buy into the idea that somebody like Hasan Piker should not be given a platform.
How dare you platform someone with a huge platform?
We want to have conversations with everyone from the far left to never Trumpers, maybe even, Republicans, just because we think conversations are interesting, and we also trust our audience to make up their own minds based on differing viewpoints, opposing viewpoints, views they haven't heard before. And I think, whether you like this or not, Hasan has a lot of people who listen to him. And even if you're
Why does John Lovett look like he hates this? You're on MSNBC right now. Dan Bongino is talking about you right now with Jesse Waters. Wait, I'm on Fox News and MSNBC simultaneously? What the fuck? That's so stupid. The trifecta and N2. You know what I mean? Give me the link. Give me the live link. Also, this goes back to the same thing I was saying about Islamophobia in general. Could you imagine if there was a Latino candidate or a woman candidate or a black candidate and someone connected to the campaign of a black candidate was frustrated with the level of that they were experiencing, and then MSNBC, like Fox News would still be like, look at this woke lord, right? Fox News would absolutely clip that to be like, look at this woke piece of shit complaining about anti-blackness bullshit. But do you think MSNBC would do that? Do you think CNN would use that as a talking point? Do you think liberal outlets would use that as an attack? Or would they try to be a little bit more understanding of the frustration that someone is experiencing in that moment? And I'll tie this back to something broader. I'll tie this back to what Mike Rogers is doing. Because not to get all woke one with it, because you guys know I don't have that tendency at all. But I will say this. When we on the left, or we as, the broader anti-Trump coalition, which includes liberals, turn around and deploy Islamophobic sentiment with such ease, we create a permission structure for more of it. And that's precisely how you arrive at, from Neera Tanden to Shannon Watts to fucking Mike Rogers, deploying the exact same sentiment. And why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they be Islamophobic? Because they've seen Democrats do the same thing already. Let's take a look. This is just the most base boosted version of the same exact ideas. Oh, this guy's a radical. This guy's no good.
He said, we got him. That's all he said on the phone. We got him. Leon Panetta at that time was the CIA director, and he calls down and said, there's some things we want to share with you. They had a mock-up of exactly where he was in his facility. So they had spent months working on all of this, months, if not years. So we went through the process, and then we went through the pictures, and do you think that's Osama bin Laden or not? And remember, they weren't clear at that time. You know, you look at it and you go, okay, his gait is the same. I mean, it was pretty detailed discussions about every aspect of it, because he had a pattern that he would go out walking about the same time every day in this yard, because he was cooped up too. Remember, the whole world was looking for him. I mean, I came away.
This is Mike Rogers. I spent my life hunting. I never in a million years thought I'd hear the words America deserved 9/11, but here we are. Michigan, we got a state to save.
Only thing he's for.
He's tying it back to Abdul al-Sayed. He's literally saying, like, I hunted Osama bin Laden, and now I'm hunting Abdul al-Sayed. That's literally what the argument is.
Just watched as the acuity got better and better and better and better and better and better. And then, you know, the director came down and said, we're going to move on this. Get a call like 2 days later. Only thing he said was talking about. It was an incredible feeling.
Watching Special Report, I'm John Roberts in Washington.
I guess Mike Rogers was on Laura Ingraham, and they did it too. They did it there as well. The clip.
Shutting down the border. He gave the GOP late today its marching orders.
And what Republicans should say is that at the end of a year, you'll have nothing but death, squalor, poverty.
Woke 1.0 won against this, didn't it? Let them lose again.
You'll have a life of hell. And that's what happens every single time. You lose your home, you lose your apartment, and that's where the communists will take us 100%. When I watch Abdul, he's fully
Here with reaction, Mike Rogers, former congressman, the Michigan GOP Senate candidate, of course, will be facing off against al-Sayed in November. Mike, it's good to see you tonight. Now, so he did the big "it's time to come together" speech tonight. He spent the last day, as I said, campaigning with Piker, and even went to a pool party with him, you know, in that tight. Are we going to see you in a tight black T-shirt, Mike? You're going to try to outdo him on the pec?
Oh my God. Oh my God. Laura Ingraham is horny. What the? That's weird, dude.
Or what? Because that seems to be his new campaign work.
Tight black T-shirt with his pecs out. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Working class costume.
Well, and he wears the same schmedium T-shirt at every event. You know what's crazy about this, Laura? I have to tell you, as a guy that served in the United States military, as a guy that was a special agent with the FBI, kicking in doors for drug dealers and human traffickers and gangsters, the guy that was the chairman of the House Intelligence Committee, I am shocked that I am running against a guy who believes that 9/11, America deserved 9/11. I mean, it's just shocking.
Abdul's never said that. And the only person that has said that also apologized for it. Once again, totally ridiculous.
To me, that we have gotten here. And so all of his quips and all of his unserious accusations and microphone jibes, this guy is dangerous for America. I mean, he's just absolutely dangerous for America. Matter of fact, when we had a guy load up a car with explosives, drive it into a synagogue in Michigan, he basically could not really condemn him. And matter of fact,
it's so awesome that, I mean, look, it's so awesome that these are the exact same lines of attack that he just withstood in the primary by Democrats, and now the Republicans are doing it. Awesome. Great, by the way. Okay? Great. Very cool. That's number one. This is ironically what I was talking about when I said the Islamophobia coming from the campaign consultants and the DC media bubble. This was literally what I was referencing. This was what I was complaining about. Okay? That's number one. Number two, The silver lining here is that at least he got hit with all of this and it failed. Okay? He got hit with all of this and it failed. He still won. Not only did he get hit with all of this, but he also got hit with this as hard as you possibly can be hit, but perhaps not so hard that it would actually throw off voters a little bit. Because, like, the Islamophobia that Abdul al-Sayed received in the primary, okay, amongst Democrats was a little bit more sinister. It was at least designed in a way, where it was maybe perhaps a little bit more subtle. Republicans don't have the capacity to be subtle with their, and I think too much of that is going to come across as gross, okay? Too much of it is going to be gross. No tact whatsoever. When this dickhead turns around and goes, you know, Abdul al-Sayed, you know what he reminds me of? Osama bin Laden. People are going to be like, yeah, you're gross, man. This is a dude that was born here. This is a dude that became a doctor here. He just wants to give us health care. And you're like, you know, saying he's Osama bin Laden. That's messed up. The other side of the story is the defense against this is other Democrats, not named Hasan, Democrats named, you know, Mallory or Haley, Democrats named Shannon need to be the first line of defense against this kind of bigotry. Okay? White women are the first bastion of defense against bullshit like this. But the problem is, and this goes back to my argument from yesterday, the first responders, the first line of defense against this kind of bigotry, ended up dishing out said bigotry over and over again. That same exact bigotry that is being championed and channeled by Mike Rogers now. Will this cause some liberals to go back and take a look at the way that they have communicated? Will this be an about-face moment? I don't know. I hope so. Because if left alone, if left unchecked, this will make discourse far more toxic. This will make discourse far worse. Yeah, white liberal women lost their minds over Trump's Muslim ban, as they should have, but now those same people are fine with Islamophobia. Yeah.
The rabbi there was pretty upset about the whole thing. He is just so dangerous, so radical, so leftist. I've been talking to union guys today from different unions who are excited to get behind our campaign. We're trying to put shot back in every high school. We're reminding people that 200,000 manufacturing jobs lost here in the state under Democrats. This is a changed election, and he represents why we need to change direction.
His top ally, really, Piker, is calling out the Democrats who did not vote for Syed in this supposed come-together moment. Watch this.
You are all unbelievably Islamophobic pieces of okay? You literally called the dude a
for... Like, no voter called him a... You know what I mean? Voters were voting for Haley Stevens because they thought Haley Stevens would be easier Haley Stevens would have in defeating Mike Rogers. When I'm talking about, like, you're all Islamophobic pieces, you called him a terrorist. You said like he was a fake doctor. No voter said he was a fake doctor. I'm talking about the fucking consultants and the narratives that they try to concoct in the fucking primary. And it's ironic because the stupid fucking Fox News dipshits are doing the same thing now.
For months on end, and like called him a sexist, misogynist, terrorist, bad candidate, fake doctor when he has like 2 degrees. And now you're gonna sit there and be like, well, you know, you really got to come to me now. Like, what are you talking about?
Now, they want to come together, and they're calling their own voters Islamophobic pieces of you know what. How does that work?
Yeah. Mike Rogers would be like, Islamophobia. I'll show you Islamophobia.
Well, it doesn't work. And we have already started our conversations with people who voted for his Democrat opponent about coming to our side and sending a clear message that this kind of radicalism, this kind of meanness and divisiveness is not the right direction for a state like Michigan. I mean, my God, Laura.
Dog, you are a Republican. You eat Trump's asshole for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. What the fuck do you mean? This kind of divisiveness. What are you saying? Your first ad, as soon as Abdul won the fucking primary, was saying he loves 9/11. Your second ad was equating him to Osama bin Laden. You are trying to present yourself as though you are hunting him like you hunted. You're fucking lying. You didn't. I don't think this guy hunted bin Laden anyway, but like you're equating him to bin Laden and saying, I'm going to hunt the terrorist in the least subtle piece of Islamophobic candidacy campaign that I've seen. Okay. Man, Fox News is really just sitting here clipping shit? No, dude, it's not. It wasn't even fucking Fox News that clipped this.
Last year, we were 44th in education, and our fourth graders can't read at the fourth grade level. 3 out of 4 of them can't. And so we're saying, hey, look, there's a better way forward, and it doesn't have to be what he's selling. It's radical. It's anti-Semitic. Matter of fact, I argue they blew past anti-Semitic. They just don't like Jews. They make it very clear.
Wait, how do you blow past anti-Semitic to not liking Jews? That's what anti-Semitism is. This guy's so fucking stupid. He can't even do woke right. I love that these guys' position always is like, yeah, except for loving Israel. No DEI, except for loving Israel. That's it. And then he can't even do that right, where he's like, you know, they went past anti-Semitism. They just straight up don't like Jews. What is this? A Haley Stevens voter says he'll vote Republican if the general, if Abdul say wins the Democratic nomination. David Salama, 48. Anesthesiologist from West Bloomfield. I will vote for Haley in November if she were to win today, but if Abdul wins today, I will vote for Mike Rogers in November. He said nothing in the extremes lie trouble. So proud of our dad, Joseph Salama, for sharing some of his story volunteering in Israel on News Nation this morning. Yeah, I don't think this is like the average Haley Stevens voter. I think this is an extreme case, which is why that is an extreme case. And I don't think Abdul is going after those voters anyway. What? Check the date on the post. November 17th, 2023. What? Okay, yeah, he fucking flew to Israel to, like, this is the type of person who's never going to vote for Abdul Sayed. Like, it makes sense why they voted for Haley Stevens. They might even already be a Republican. Professor Jeff, relax. Endorsing Abdul El-Sayed today is a clear all-time low point for Senator Schumer. Schumer will go down as one of the most traitorous Jews in world history. He'll also soon be primaried out of politics by El-Sayed's friends. Schumer is truly evil. Like, this is the one time where Chuck Schumer is actually behaving as a competent party leader, and these guys are fucking yelling at him. Dude, he can't do anything about this, okay? This is like, what do you mean? This is the one no-no zone, okay? It doesn't matter how much he loves Israel. It doesn't matter how much he loves AIPAC. Like, he has to get a Senate majority, okay? That is, like, there are varying degrees of loving Israel, and I don't think Chuck Schumer is at that level where he's going to be like, I'm casting aside the fucking Senate majority. No, he has to fucking lock in. This is the one thing. This is the one thing he has to do no matter what. He never endorsed Zoran, right? He didn't have to do that. That was also kind of unconscionable. He never endorsed Zoran, but this is one of those moments where he kind of has to do this regardless. Also, one of the most traitorous Jews in world history. Oh my God. Oh my God. Dude, you are so insane. This man fucking loves Israel so much. I cannot believe how psychotic some people are.
They talk about it often. They keep using that kind of language.
Yeah, he has to do this because this gives him a chance for more power as majority leader, which, you know, I don't know which direction he'll wield that power in. I don't think he will do much with it. I don't know what his calculation is there, but like he kind of has to do that. There's just no other way. That's the one job that he has.
That you just saw. Yeah, it's basically blame the Jews 24/7.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah. I mean, the Jews are responsible apparently for everything.
Okay, once again. Trump supporter complaining about mean language, which is insane. Trump supporter complaining about bigotry, which is insane. Also, I can't help but notice how identical this commentary is from to everything that I heard thus far. And once again, I feel like we're losing sight of the main through line here. These are people who defend the Epstein class. These are people who defend Trump's corruption. These are people who defend the amount, like unbelievable amounts of corruption that Trump has done, Trump's incompetence, the Trump administration's violence. And on top of that, every conversation that these dickheads have about anti-Semitism should always be met with, because they're having the conversation not about actual anti-Semitism, but about, anti-Israel sentiment. So every single conversation that they try to cynically talk about, where they cynically try to talk about anti-Semitism, should be met with, one, you literally are the anti-DEI party, okay? And two, you literally are Israel first. You are Israel first, America second, maybe, okay? That's it. I am not above saying we are the real America First Party. I am not above saying we are the real peace ticket, okay? And that is real. And there are a lot of Republicans who are pissed off about this Israel shit. And there are certainly a fuck ton of independents too. It's the easiest message of all time. Just go out there and be like, these guys want to take all your fucking tax dollars and ship it overseas to Israel. They want to send your sons and daughters to go die at the behest of Israel as the entire planet's fucking energy supplies diminish day in, day out. It's free money. It's free ball. That and data centers, I think, are the two most like cross-party appeal statements that you can just constantly fucking hit. And obviously with Mike Rogers, given his pharmaceutical lobby connections, like you can connect him directly back to the opioid crisis as well. Like, so when these guys talk about like violence or, oh, these guys want to like throw Americans in jail or kill Americans with their dangerous comments, you could be like, dude, you killed Americans. You played a formative role in the opioid crisis. You have killed a shit ton of Michiganders. That's it.
I want to play very quickly. I know you're running out of time. That he had a message for you today. He did an interview on NBC. And this is how he's going to try to frame you and get the heat off himself. Watch.
Mike, I'm going to say it right here. I know you're going to say no because you're a coward. 5 debates, all right? If you're willing to stand with me and have a conversation, you and I both know that you will wither in front of your own crimes. But I'm going to make sure Michiganders know about them. The time we're done, you are not going to have safe quarter from people holding you accountable to what you've done for them here in Michigan. We will send you back to Florida where you belong.
So, Mike, he's like, go back and golf. I mean, he's trying to cast you as that. Well, he's the working class hero.
This guy hasn't had a real job, I don't think, in his entire life. He's never gotten his hands dirty.
The fuck are you talking about? He's literally, oh my God, Wayne County Public Health. Like, he's a doctor. What are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? He's an epidemiologist, and he worked for the Detroit Public Health Department. He was a public servant. You're fucking insane. You're a pharmaceutical lobbyist.
He's a silver spoon kind of guy. Listen, this, like most socialists, Laura, they come from pretty privileged lives, pampered lives. He is exactly that guy. And so we're not worried about any of that. I built Chrysler LeBarons on the assembly line here in Michigan. I am part of the Michigan fabric here that helped put America on wheels, and I'm very proud of that. And my blue collar roots, I love all of that. And so I just say this to him, that language that you heard, he wants to be mean, he wants to be divisive. We have big problems here in this state. I mentioned the 200,000 lost manufacturing jobs. We also have the highest utility rates in the Midwest. We have the highest auto insurance rates in the country. Right. We're 45th and 44th in education. And guess what? You can't buy a home until you're 40 years old. I'm going to change all of that, and that's what's connecting with voters.
All right, Mike, thank you very much. And yet another potential assassination attempt against the president, again involving one of his golf courses. Tonight, we're getting new details about...
I heard a lot coming from Mike Rogers, but the one thing I didn't hear was, yes, I will debate you 5 times. Have CNN or MSNBC even said anything negative about Rogers yet? No, of course not. If you're... Look, I think it's pretty obvious that if you are, close to the center of power in the Democratic Party, no, you're never going to get the same negative coverage that an insurgent candidate will get. It's just not how it goes. Not my expectation. It's never my expectation. It's never going to happen. I suspect, Mike Rogers will have to debate Abdul for sure. I just don't think it'll be 5 times. But this is cool. He's just crying. He's being soy and crying and saying like it's you're being a big meanie bobini. Why don't you love Israel? It's good stuff. But yeah.
I think.
Anyway, That's all I got for today, fats. What the fuck? Chat, you can probably tell why. I need to end it here because I'm so tired. Yeah, I saw the Jacob Abdul clip. It sucks because I love Jacob. I know Jacob. I saw Jacob in Michigan literally the other day. And he's out here cooking my ass. I'm Bidening.